Good evening, good evening, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the Miss Phins Show. It's League Wide Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, thank you so much. Much appreciate you coming through. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we got League Wide Wednesday, week 18. Let's get it on. What's up, Color? Welcome, buddy.
What's up, Miss Phins? Got a
How
little
you doing?
slept a
How's your
little
evening?
slept a little long this afternoon.
No worries, no worries. I know everybody's apparently live today now, but who cares? We're having fun today, and I appreciate all of you guys coming through. Man, we got people from Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. Thank you so much, guys, for coming through. I really do appreciate it. Hit that like button. Hit the like button. But Color, what a week in football, right? Wasn't this a very interesting week in football?
It
You think,
was,
sir?
it was.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most surprising game, in my opinion, it's probably not the game that most people would associate with being surprised because, I mean, yeah, it's kind of hurt. I know we got to talk about it, but even that game, I'm not even too surprised with the ending. At least I personally wasn't surprised. I don't know how people feel, so.
Well, my upset of the
But
week was quite surprising.
well, yeah, you had what was your upset of the week? Oh, I
I believe it was
forgot.
Arizona versus Philadelphia.
Yo, yes, you. Let me see here. Cardinal. I can't believe it, bro. You literally got it. Not only did you get it, this is what people don't get. This is what people don't understand. Not only did you actually call that right, which I was with you, I was like, yeah, conventional wisdom, man. Conventional wisdom would tell you to go with Philly, but you're like, yeah, no. I'm feeling like this one. It's gonna be a little different. And man, oh man, and I'm gonna tell you something else that you're gonna be even more like, holy smoke. So, but before we get there, guys, everybody hit that like button for us. Go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe. Welcome to League Wide Wednesday, like we do every
Damn, you even
Wednesday
put me
night.
on the
We talk
tease.
about
Look
the
at that.
entire
So you even put
the
me
what?
on the tease. Said you even put me on the
Oh, I
tease.
know.
I'm guessing my score
I
was pretty
know.
close.
I'm not even gonna finish this. Once we get to it, you're gonna be like, holy smokes. That's why I say. But Yes, ladies and
I
gentlemen, hit
also
that like
did
button. Thank you
accurately
so much
predict
for
the
coming through.
game script for you know which game, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, we'll get to that one. I know we gotta talk about that one too. As always, guys, we love when you guys debate and go at each other as far as the different points of views we have in the community, as far as different games, opponents, and whatever. But as always, let's keep it clean, guys. Let's stay PBS kids, because kids do watch the show, and we want to be a good example for everyone. So go ahead and check that out. As always, too, you can find Miss Fins, the Miss Fins show, every Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern. And you could also find, like tonight, League Wide Wednesdays at 8 p.m., where we, myself, and Mr. Color Commentary are able to go ahead and give you guys our pick'ems, our takes, what we see, our most impactful players. All of this you're able to go ahead and see on League Wide Wednesday. So we appreciate all of you guys who come here and are enjoying this with us, as well as guys, become a member. Please become a member. If you're able to become a member, much appreciated, guys. If you can go that extra smile, it just shows that you appreciate what we're doing over here in the channel and appreciate our time. So thank you for that. Appreciate all you guys who have become members. So shout out to all the members. Man, you guys keep it going. That's all I gotta say. So I appreciate all of our members, everybody that gets to go ahead and be here and support. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, seriously so much. I really do appreciate it. And it's a lot of fun doing this for you guys. And if you want to donate, you can. You got super chat, super thank yous, super stickers. I always forget that one. And we got old school Venmo, PayPal. Uh, what's the other one? Cash App. There you go. So go ahead and use that as well. And like I always like to say, we win together, we lose together. Dolphins for life. So let's get into it. Color. And this is a Miss Vince production. Thank you very much. I'm brought to you by Miss Vince. Yeah. So let's
I'm
get her
hoping I
done.
can. You've pulled away from me. You're sitting right around sixth. There's a really tight tie at first
I
with
know.
Daddy
I know.
Dean coming in third, but I'm
It's
sitting in
insane.
12th, Miss Vins. Do I have a shot to crack the top 10? I'm playing for myself now. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't catch up to you. I definitely can't catch up to the top spot. But can I crack the
This is gonna
top
be a
10?
doozy, man.
Got 1 week left to
I
do
think
it
you can.
before
I
postseason
think you
pick'em
can.
session.
I
Ugh.
mean, with the way you've been picking this past week, you might. You might get a shot.
Uh,
Well, let's say hello to everybody this evening.
Finsanity is sitting above me at 11. She's at 80%. I'm at 74.4. So shout out to
There you go.
Finsanity. She's
Insanity,
taking me out.
congratulations to her. Which I gotta reach out to her. I'm trying to bring her on tomorrow. She is our 2023-2024 fantasy winner. Which is funny because there's a whole
Oh
backstory to
yeah.
her playing this season
Yep.
that I
And
really
don't
want to go
wait.
ahead and let
Don't
everybody
be so
else know.
modest. Don't be so
What you mean?
modest. I've got an envelope here, fresh off the press came with me tonight. I brought it with me from the TFTG office in parts unknown. And I'm opening it right
Really?
now, and it's going to reveal to me the champion of the 2023-24 TFTG Fantasy League, hosted by Kahari P. I'm opening it right now. Hold on, let me get some.
Okay.
Let me get some.
Get
You
a
can
letter
hear it
opener.
opening right now. Okay, it is in fact Miss Fins.
Hey, we won!
So you are in good company with Finsanity 5. You both are champions.
Holy smokes, man!
So
The
congratulations.
ladies, we're brrr. we we're taking it in today. This season, wow! Shout out to all the
That, by
ladies.
the
That's
way, that's
awesome.
a sneak preview. That's inside information for those who have shown up to League Wide Wednesday tonight, because I don't believe Kahari has announced it yet on TFTG. So
That's
there,
awesome. That's awesome. He mentioned something to me earlier this morning. I was like, look, I need a special red carpet. I need a thumbnail. I need everything for my trophy. So,
well, if we do that, it'll likely be Saturday at 11 a.m. roughly.
okay, perfect. I'll take it. But oh man, like that's super dope. That's super dope. I'm not gonna lie, it was a tough season. Tough season. Um, and I don't believe in trades. I believe that's how I was taught. That's how my brother taught me playing fantasy football. He doesn't do trades either. It's you draft a team you draft, whether it's auto or whether you pick, and then you live through the waiver wire and free agency. And that's how I was brought up in these fantasy football streets. And yeah, man, it's been awesome. What's up, Rock City? Welcome, welcome. Much appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I think it might be. Look at that. Love the hat. Love the hat. Peace and love, man. Thank you so much for coming through. Appreciate you. We got Hooked Up Joe. What's up, Hooked Up Joe? Welcome, buddy. Cat for life in the building. The YouTube streets are hot, but I'm sticking with my favorite two Fanimals tonight. Hey, love you, man. Love you, love you. Yes, guys, hit that like button for us. Hit the like button. What's up, Adam S? Welcome, buddy. Fins up to you. Oh man, we're as always, ladies and gentlemen. You never really know what you're gonna get with League White Wednesday. That's why we have so much fun. It's more like WWE. You know what I mean? Like we really just don't know. It's whatever happens, happens. So, but man, Color, thank you for that award ceremony. I want to thank my parents for making me. God, thank you for making me. My brother for showing me the way. This is the way. So I appreciate all you guys who supported me this whole season, and allowing me to get this victory and be on top of the TFTG mountain. Yes. Hey man, I remember El Capitan said I get a trophy, or at least my name on a trophy. So I don't know, I want my trophy, man, or a belt. What
I'll
was
make
it? A
sure
belt?
HB puts you on the thumbnail for the show.
Yeah, I was like, I think he said I get a WWE belt. Oh yeah, I remember the fantasy show. So it's a great fantasy show. And shout out to KP, man. Corey P, man. Great season he ran. Absolutely great season. That's all I can say when it comes to that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get into it. This is League Wide Wednesday with again Miss Phins, Color Com. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna recap last week's week 17 games and then go to our previews for the games coming up in week 18. Too many saucy games to get to, so let's get into it. We had the Jets, we had the Browns. With this win, the Browns officially clinched the playoff and the number 5 overall seat in the playoffs, and they got it. We both picked the Browns. We were both right. I don't think the Jets had enough. You know what I mean, to be able to match what the Browns were bringing in. I mean, Joe Flacco, man, he is. What are you talking about? Joe Flacco alone, it's like the resurgency of him. What's that color? I love those emojis. Go emojis. um, absolutely. So that's interesting, man. He 3 touchdowns, man. Clinch the playoffs. Like that's very interesting when it comes to Joe Flacco and the Browns, man. They haven't missed a beat when Deshaun went down, and they're 11-5, 8-1 at home. It's a pretty good record right there. I feel our biggest strength on defense is gonna be our secondary. They have no choice but to run the ball. Hey, you're not lying, man. What's up, Jeremiah? Hello there, Miss Fans in Color. Hope you both are well and good. Smash the like button,
Good
fins
evening.
up, and let's go Dolphins. I'm with it, man. I'm with it. And more emojis. Yay. JB had a great show. He actually helped me win 2 games. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. Uh, oh my goodness. Hold on, because I think I just got news. Uh, hold the flipping phone. Holy smokes. Oh, well, I got
Well, that'd be
some news
cool
for
because
us.
the news ain't been great lately.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got some good stuff. We got, ooh, my gosh, this is going to be,
I
we
mean, you
got
got
some good stuff for you guys tonight.
You got
Ooh, I can't wait to
Tyreek
talk about it,
Lady
man.
burning down his kitchen. You got, you know,
Bro, like
uh,
Tyree, my man.
walking boots, walking boots all over the facility.
Hot mess galore. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
But
You
no
ain't
man, we
lying.
got some good news. You're getting this first on TFTG, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm gonna leave that there because it's gonna be great. Let's get to these games from last week so we can move on to this awesome news. So Browns, congrats. We both got it. Obviously, I gotta give you Joe Mixon, right? Because he's the man. Let me just
I got Joe Mixon again. Huh? All right.
whatever.
All
Okay,
right.
okay. Then we got the Lions, Cowboys. Arguably
Oh,
one of
what a
the most
disappointment.
controversial games.
What a disappointment. I had him. I had that one, man. Y'all know it. Everybody knows it.
The whole
And
world
and,
knew it. The whole world
and
picked the
Dan and
Lions to win
Dan.
that game.
I got to open letter to Dan real quick. Dan, I understand you wanted to get the win there, but the football gods were yelling at you from atop on high. Kick
Kick
the
the
field goal.
flipping field goal, bro.
I mean,
And
when you're
live
on your
for
third
another down.
shot, okay, you're on your third shot for various different reasons, penalties galore on both sides, and you're
Yeah.
sitting there taking your third shot. It's time to kick the field goal, tie the game, and
Thanksgiving.
go into overtime, man. Come on, man. Ugh.
It just irked
That
me
is a
so
loss
much.
right there,
Like,
Miss Fins, that I should not have taken, and I've taken a
me
zillion of them all
neither.
year, which is why I'm 12th.
That's a on. So many people lost money.
Mm, mm.
That game right there pissed me off so much, yo. They really jacked up that game.
And it's too technical to
Dumb
argue with the
refs
call.
jacked up that game.
It's too technical to argue with the call. They're likely right, but it's like, Dan, just kick the extra point. They weren't going to do nothing but go
Yeah,
3 and out in overtime if they got the ball first. Let's be
yeah.
real.
That defense was killing them.
I
The
mean, they only
defense was
scored
killing
20
them.
points to begin with.
The defense was killing them. So it's like it irks me because he should have known better, bro. The third time, damn, you're not gonna get another opportunity like this. You know what I mean? And that's the part. It's like
Yeah, I mean, that is
he
literally the
lost that right
whatever
then and there.
gods you
He
believe
lost
in.
that game. He
And
lost that
whatever
game
god, the
first.
baseball gods were yelling down at that point. Yo, kick the field goal.
He lost.
Even the
He
even the baseball gods knew.
he lost that for his
The
team,
curling
which is
gods, the
sad, bro.
curling gods were like, yeah, kick the field goal.
Damn, buddy brought out the curly. That's jeez, color. That's hilarious. But you're not wrong though. Like
Yeah,
you don't do
he
that.
should have kicked
You
the
don't do
field
that.
goal.
You don't do that, bro. You don't do that. You kick the field. You kick the field goal, bro. Like what are we doing? You know what I mean? You don't do
Wait,
that.
they're not the
And
ones that
now,
didn't have a kicker, though, are they? Maybe we're being too harsh. Are they the ones that are out of kicker? I
no,
don't
they
think
didn't have a
so.
kicker. They didn't have a kicker.
I don't know. I know one team has been dealing without a kicker for at some point this season. Maybe it was that. Oh, I'm just
That's
trying to reach
Titans.
for
That's
them.
Titans.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I heard Tannehill had to be the holder. So yeah, that's
Oh,
Titans.
right. I knew it was some form of
Yeah,
baby blue. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But nah, man, that's Titans, yo. It should have never been. Should have never been an
Oh, and
issue.
one other thing to finalize that game. Uh, Cowherd, still waiting on your Detroit Lions take. Any any day you could submit it to me by DM. I can post it anonymously. Whatever you want. Just, you can give me your Lions take, Cowherd, any day now. Still waiting.
Oh, jeez. It's gonna be crazy. Sorry.
I mean, Maybe
You're
he could
not
get
wrong,
back in
man.
my
You're not wrong.
graces when it comes to credibility, if he were to just
Well,
release
I
his
couldn't really
Lions take,
disagree too much. I
release
couldn't
his take
disagree
on the
too
Lions.
much.
Hashtag Cowherd, release your take on the Lions. That's what it should be. Hashtag free Cowherd's take. Free Cowherd's Lions take.
Yeah. Free. uh, sorry, I have to. Hold to. Hold. Uh, uh,
Nah, but that's why
uh-huh.
some people are coaches and some people aren't. Whatever. We'll see how they
But you know what? He'll
we'll
learn
see how
from
they
this.
overcome that.
He'll learn from
Yeah,
this.
that's
That's
what
why
I'm.
I'm not
Yep,
too
exactly.
concerned. I think he'll learn. He'll learn
hmm
from this.
Nothing the players could have done
This was something that he knows.
except execute.
All right, so
Coach
yeah.
still called the
What's up,
play. You
Ray?
should still
Welcome, buddy.
execute the play.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Man, we got some good ones. Oh,
I
I
know I
can't
sounded
wait.
stupid there saying there's nothing the
Can I just
players
say,
could have done.
let me hold on. I gotta you talk about the next game, Color. We got Patriots Bills. What you got on that game? Hmm?
Oh, let's see. Patriots and you talking? Wait, are we picking now or we still going through last week's results?
No. This is what happened last week. Yeah.
Oh,
They just
Patriots
lost to
Bills.
the
Yeah,
Bills.
yeah. I thought the Patriots would do it, and they came close, but the Bills pulled it out 27-21. That kind of stunk. I have a bunch more. Though I guess I got to go to the other list because my pigskin pick'em
Yeah.
list is out of order of yours because I have Falcons and Bears. Falcons, I picked the
Well,
Falcons.
that's the next one. I was so mad at the Patriots, bro. They had that game and they gave it up. They just
Mm-hmm.
straight up gave it up.
Mm-hmm.
It's so frustrating. They absolutely had that game. They could have absolutely taken care of the Bills, and they
But it
absolutely
still
gave it up.
continues. It
It is so
still
frustrating.
continues the message that we want to see about the Bills. I mean, look, why are they struggling to beat these teams?
Yeah, exactly. To me, they're not.
And and
I'm
is, and
not.
is it something we can exploit? It's not that they won't fix it or that it means oh we're better than them or nothing like that. It just means there's something we can exploit. Otherwise, they would be rolling through these teams. We need to figure out what that is.
On paper, they should be rolling through these teams. They're
Right.
not.
So
They're
there's
too close.
something we can exploit. We just got to figure out what it is. We got to
Exactly.
figure
Then
out
we
why
got.
they're struggling through these teams.
You're right. Then we got Falcons, Bears. Man, the Bears. Yeah, the Bears. You picked the Falcons. You picked the
Oh, it's like
Patriots
prime
too.
time for the Falcons to decide they
And
want to be
I
7-9 again,
I won. Like I picked the Bills and Bears. I just went with conventional wisdom. I just had a feeling that the Bears really wanted to show out. They already have two top 10 team position two top 10 picks. They get guaranteed the first overall. They're like, you know what? Let's
Well,
work on and let's see what we've got. You know what I mean? So we can make the
right.
best decision in the off
Look at the
season.
bright side, Miss Fins. At least we don't have the problem the Falcons do, which is playing down to the level of their opponent. I mean, look, that's why you're 7-9 because you keep
Exactly.
playing down to the level of your opponent. They were 7-8. The Bears were 6-9. The
On
Falcons just became 7-9, and the Bears just became 7-9. You know what I mean? So there you go.
unreal, bro. Unflipping real, dude.
You just played down to your opponent, and as such, now you're equal to them. 7-9. There you go. Ugh, glad we don't have that problem anymore.
Man, I'll tell you this.
I mean, it could be what it is, Miss Fins. It's still much better losing to teams that are clearly better than you than playing down to your opponent. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Which we
pretty
did for
much.
4 minutes. We did that for 4 minutes this season, and it cost us a game.
Yes. And that's what sucks. It does. I mean, there's no other way of putting it. It sucks.
And there's a
But
certain amount of Tennessee playing up to their opponent. Let's be real. They're not a terrible football team or a terrible run organization,
yeah,
but is
that's
what it
true.
is. And now we're at where
But
we're at. It's okay.
talking
It's
about it.
okay. It's okay.
Now
Wouldn't
we
have it
got
any
the
other way.
Raiders
Wouldn't have it
Colts.
any other way, Miss Phins.
At this point, no.
I mean, let's be
I
real.
mean, we're so
Could be
used to it.
worse.
Yeah,
We could be the ones that
seriously.
can't lose, you know?
That is true. Raiders, Colts, Colts coming out with the win, making themselves 9-7, and still fighting for that playoff spot. Very, very interesting. We both picked the Raiders. We both took an L on that one. Then you had
Hmm.
Rams, Giants, man. Rams right at the end,
Yeah,
man.
I got it.
Kyron
Did we
Williams
both take the
thrown
Rams on
for
that one?
3 TDs, and we both picked the Rams
Yeah.
on this one. Yep. That was very interesting, man. And they're finding ways to win over there. And
G-Man made
your
it a game,
upset
though.
of the week, Cardinals, Eagles. The score 35-31. I said it would be Eagles 34-30.
Wow.
I mean, literally, I was off by 1 point and the team. You said it'd be 35-34 Cardinals. So you accurately
Wow.
predicted
I needed
the
another
Cardinals.
field goal from the Eagles, man.
What? That was like me last week with the
Wow.
Raiders Falcons game. Yep. One more field goal from there, you would have accurately picked it that game. I mean, you practically did.
Unreal.
Yeah, we were really on
Well,
that
look,
one.
look, the thing of it is, it may seem, amazing or even coincidental that the score came close, but remember, the game script that would have had to play out in order for the Cardinals to even have a chance to win would have ended with a score like this. That's
Pretty
why it's
much.
easy to pick the scores once you lay out
And
the
then that's
game
the only
script for
thing
the
they could have
Cardinals to
done.
win. When
They
the
had to
Cardinals, what were they?
outperform. Yeah.
They had 2% of the people picked them, which means they had two ways out of 100 to win this game. And both of those ways would have included them scoring 35 points. So that's why it was easy to pick the score. It's not really an amazing thing or even an amazing coincidence. That's the only way the Cardinals were gonna win that game. you know,
Yeah, they had to absolutely go off in order to beat them. So it makes sense because
and
Eagles
and
are
and they're
averaging
and they're a
almost 30
bad
points
team.
a
So
game.
obviously the Eagles are gonna put the points on their defense. So you like to think of 35, 34, 35, 31, right?
You gotta put up the points, exactly. Then you got Saints Buccaneers, man. The Saints, yo. Talk about Carr has 2 TDs to help the Saints get over the Bucks. The Bucks were rolling through, man, and the Saints, man, they found a way, and now they're both 8-8. We'll
Yep,
see
and the
who ends up
Bucks find
being,
another way to remind us that they're not an upper echelon team. Even though they look like it every now and
yeah,
then.
that's true. We both picked the Bucks. That was rough, but we still picked it. Then we got the Niners Commanders game. I mean, we both picked Niners. We knew it was gonna happen. Um, he bounced back, Brock Purdy, so it makes sense. 27-10, nothing major. I mean, we kind of figured that's what it would be. So, what's up, man? Said chill. Rough week. Oh, holy smokes! I know. It's a rough one this week.
Is
I
it
get it.
out of
Trust me,
order, or
buddy.
did I just didn't hear you, or maybe we missed it? The Titans and Texans, or is that towards the end on
Oh, it's
yours?
coming up. It's coming up.
Okay, gotcha,
Yeah,
gotcha.
it's coming up. Yeah, because I'm on ESPN, so it's coming
That's
up.
where I'm at. I'm just on the Pickems list, and it seems to be a little out of order compared to yours.
Oh, I'm on the scores list. That's why. Because
Right,
the scores gives me like a little insert, a little
right, right,
info that I can add to. So that's why I do it that way.
right.
Then we got the Panthers Jaguars blowout
Yeah,
26-0,
and
man.
and
But
real quick
again,
on that game, this is why it bodes. This is why I tend to think the Jags are just going to take care of the lesser grade opponent this week in the Titans, because even though the
yeah, I
Titans
agree.
divisional opponent, yes, obviously the Titans can beat them. They beat us, and they're a tough team in a lot of ways. Um, but I think that this illustrates right here that the Jaguars are still the Jaguars. They needed to put up, they needed to take care of business against a lowly team like the Panthers, and they shut them out. So I tend to think the Jaguars are going to be able to take care of business on the Titans this week. And yes, I am
Yeah, they
planting a
should.
seed. I am planting a seed for later conversation by saying that. But go ahead, Miss Fitz.
I see what you mean. Uh, I know what you're gonna refer to. We're gonna talk about it for sure. Massachusetts, a great question too. What seed will we be when we beat the Bills? Anyone know? Yeah,
Two.
second seed.
Yep.
Number two,
Two.
guaranteed, fully guaranteed. Number two.
No other seed to get,
Yeah,
no matter
the
what anybody else does.
the
And by the way,
Chiefs locked up the number three,
yep,
and the Jags haven't locked up the number four, but they are in number four based on their wins. So yeah,
yep. And
Massachusetts.
also, Mansa, because we're playing the last game this week, we will know what that number 2 seed, we will know who our opponent will be once we
Automatically.
attain that second seed. We'll already know. It'll either be, I
Yep.
believe, the Steelers, the Jags, or the Bills, of course, if depending on
It's
what happens.
it's gonna end up being, yeah. So the possibility opponents are gonna be, once we get to second, it's gonna be Steelers, Colts, Texans, or Jags. Or
The Bills.
it could be the Bills. So
And
those are the five
that is
potential
dependent on what
ones.
happens between the Steelers and the Steelers game and the
Exactly,
Jags
the
game.
Steelers and the
The
Jags
Colts
game.
Texans
That's the
game
only
doesn't affect that though.
doesn't do anything
It
for that.
does affect whether who we play because there it depends on that three-way
Which one wins
assortment. It
if yeah.
That three-way assortment lands one possibility where we could play the Colts as our wild card game, but most of them are Steelers, Jags, or Bills.
Or Texans.
Right, or Texans, right. But with the
Yeah.
Colts and the Texans, it really it's like
It
it, you know,
fluctuates, yeah, yeah.
right. And even if one of them wins or the other, depending on the others, we still might not face either of those two. It just depends on
True.
whether the a wild card comes out of the South or not, because we won't play their division winner. So it just
Yeah.
depends on whether they're the loser of that game, if they can still win or if they can still get the wild card over the other divisions, and that would be the Texans or the Colts. Uh,
Hmm.
and it's
Which
up
are
to
the
the
only ones that can overtake the Jags.
right. It's up to
And
the
then that's when they
Steelers and the
flip.
Jags games to determine whether the second wild card will come out of the South or whether it'll come out of the North.
Yeah, essentially. Literally the Steelers, if we're gonna be honest with you, it's the Steelers and the Jags that hold all the cards, if we're gonna be honest.
Now,
You know,
on the flip side,
we hold our own destiny,
right,
but it's the Steelers and Jags who hold everything else in the AFC,
right,
pretty
and
much.
then that just determines who our opponent's going to be.
That's
But
like there's
again,
no other way of putting it. That's
we'll
yeah.
know by kickoff in our game who that opponent's going to be. And we already know if the scenario we want to leave unsaid happens, then it is guaranteed for us to go to Arrowhead to play the Chiefs, no matter what plays out otherwise.
If we were to lose and we're six, then we
If that which
automatically
would
go
be
to
if
Arrowhead.
that see you said it. Now I said that which should be left unsaid, and you had to go and say it.
Oh, like somebody who
Oh,
totally
like yeah,
says
just like
something like that
somebody who
told you,
used the J
okay,
word, just
okay,
like somebody who
you,
used the
okay, so
J
you
word
talk
a
about
couple weeks ago,
me doing
right?
it, but you're the
Just
one
like
that did it.
somebody who
So
spoke
see,
the J
now you know
word into
exactly how I feel.
existence. Just
Now
like
you know
somebody
exactly how I feel.
Just like somebody who spoke the J word into existence a couple
Okay,
weeks ago. That's right.
just like how I felt
Oh,
when I said what
wow.
I said, and I told you don't say it, don't say it, and you
Well, yes. And
still
now, if that
said it.
unsaid thing happens, we will be playing the Chiefs no matter what in Arrowhead.
Exactly. What's up, Michelle? Good evening, everyone. Haven't felt much like watching or listening to Dolphins content this week. Why, Michelle? I had such great shows. Feel free to go watch all of them. Trust me, you're going to want to watch them. They're not as bad as you may think. Believe me this. I know this. Trust me. Okay?
I think we moved on from that quick
Phew.
enough that it didn't happen. It didn't affect anything, Miss
It
Fins. I
didn't
think we're clear. Yeah, I
develop a
think we're
seed.
okay.
Yeah, I know. Knock on wood.
Man,
I
I gotta
knocked on
wipe the
three
sweat
different
off my
woods.
brow now.
Exactly. Okay, moving on. Then we got Texans, Titans. Man, Texans They bounced back, man. Stroud 213 yards, a touchdown, 26-3 win over the Titans. Just goes to show that I wholeheartedly believe Jax will be winning this upcoming game versus them. Same here, Michelle. Aw, mostly because I don't want to see the Bills fans and their ignorance. I didn't even get that. Trust me. And you know me, I squash all that. So it's no big deal. Trust me, you like it. Go back, rewatch, listen. You'll see you'll like it. hmm what else? I picked the Texans, you picked the Titans. I just I don't know what to say. See when you're up here, you know what I mean. It's kind of hard to take. Not just kidding. So my little brother says, and I'm like, oh, I can kick you right now, but whatever. Then we both picked the Steelers. And Steelers won, man. They kept their hopes alive. I
Yeah,
know my brother was sweating
yeah,
bullets when we were talking about this game, and he was like, "You guys need to beat the Bills," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know, and we need you to win so that when we beat the Bills, those suckers don't end up
that's
in the
right. That's
playoffs."
right. And
Like,
the Steelers,
uh,
the Steelers draw the Ravens this week,
yeah,
who
they
have
do.
already declared that
Yep,
Lamar
no
Jackson is
starters is
not
playing.
starting the game.
And what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? Even though he only mentioned one player, that literally translates to maybe a series or two with the starters. The rest of the starters, everybody else is going to be benched. I don't give him no more than
Yep.
two
So that
series.
bodes really well for the Steelers,
It's
who did.
literally it's they're going to be
And
playing the
look,
bench.
they didn't necessarily need the gimme either, because they are the one of the three teams that beat the Ravens already this year, 17 to
Thank
10.
you.
And they also could beat the Ravens even if Lamar Jackson was playing. So, as was
Exactly.
evident by them taking care of business against a pretty decent team in the Seahawks last week. So, yeah,
Or
I
even the
think this
fact that
bodes
they beat,
really
hey, guess
well
what? The Ravens
for the
already
Steelers.
this year. So they're going to complete the season sweep. And the Ravens are not going to care because they care more about taking care and
Yep,
getting those injuries off their books
yep.
than some measly ass game that literally
Now
means
it
nothing
still
for
is
them.
up to the
Because
Steelers
the
to make this
worst
happen.
thing, but of
Pittsburgh,
course. But with Mason
Pittsburgh,
Rudolph
we
and the way
can't
that he's
talk it
taking
into
his team,
existence for you,
come
Pittsburgh.
on,
You got
bro.
to do it.
Yeah, but
You
the
know,
way that have you not seen Mason Rudolph and Najee Harris take over this game? Like they
yeah,
are taking over. You know what I mean? So finally we're seeing, and it just
they
goes to
wouldn't be
show a
they wouldn't be
healthier
in
O
this mess
line,
if they'd have made
a
that
healthier.
move a week earlier.
I get it, but a healthier O line. I know because I talked to my brother. You met him. It's a healthier O line now that they finally have it. Najee has been consistent week in and week out.
A
Mason
quarterback that
Rudolph
can push the ball
clearly is
down the
able to move
field.
the ball forward
Right.
and
Yeah.
has been able to push the ball down the field.
That's all they
So
needed, is
I
a quarterback that
wholeheartedly
can
believe
push the ball down the field.
that's it. And let's be real. Kenny Pickett is injured, guys. He's been injured all season. So at this point, you know what? Ride the red-nosed reindeer and let's go and get this win. So that way it puts us in the best position to take care of our
Yep.
business so we can do
Now,
what we
that
need to
all
do.
being said, if the Steelers take care of their business
hmm
and the Jags do what they're supposed to do and not play down to their opponent, and we show why we should win the division, then guess what, Buffalo? You out. Start up them couch warmers,
There
because
is
you going to be sitting
n-
on it.
there is no way they get there. Steelers, Jaguars, and Dolphins win. Zero shot at the playoffs. And you don't think they know this? They're like, oh man, we're gonna win. We're gonna
That's because
please,
they know that that's actually their
please.
best chance, Miss Fins,
They're
of getting the playoffs, is
they're
outright winning the
stressing.
division. They know that's their best
Stressing.
chance.
They're the that they know that's pretty much their only chance.
Yeah, because I mean,
Because you
if
got the
we all
Steelers who
went to
are on a
sleep,
high.
if we just all slept through the early slate games Sunday, I guarantee you're going to wake up with the
Mhm.
Pittsburgh Steelers and the Jaguars both with W's. So, yeah,
Hey, what's up, Hooker Joe? Yeah,
he's
well, okay,
referring to
so if you're talking
he's
about
referring to the Ravens
Ravens,
Steelers game.
yeah,
Yeah.
Ravens Steelers. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right.
No, that's what I was gonna answer.
And
Ravens
even if it did
Steelers.
matter,
This is the only
what
reason why in this particular game it doesn't matter to the Ravens, and they
right, and
already
even
pretty
if
much
it
came out
did,
and said it.
they
They
still have to right, but even if it did miss Fins, they still have to defend that honor with, second and third string. You know what I mean? Just because they wanna defend that honor doesn't mean they
exactly.
can.
They're not gonna give up. Exactly. And now, don't get me wrong, Tyler Huntley, man, that's a good backup. I like him. You know what I mean? And he did well last year when he was down for what 6, 7 weeks.
Yeah,
So they got a good backup.
if you're
Even their
referring to the
backups are pretty
13
good.
other teams that they
So
beat, Miss Fins, if you're referring to the 12 teams that they beat because we could have beat them with Huntley. But if you're talking about the 12 teams they beat, most of those teams they could have beat without Lamar. They have proven to be able to
pretty
win
much,
without Lamar. But
pretty
the
much.
Steelers beat them with Lamar. The Steelers held them to 10 points in Baltimore.
It's divisional rivalry. This is what I have to remind people all the time. That's why I wouldn't have been surprised if the Patriots beat the Bills because it's a division rival. Division games do not follow the overall NFL logic, if you will. If they don't. You see them twice, you see them the most, you
I
know
mean,
the
if
other
it's
side, you
clear,
know their
then yeah.
players, you
If
know
it
their
look, if
tendencies.
there's a clear
Come on.
disparity, then usually yeah. But you still have that chance, like us, when we beat the
Yeah,
New
but
England
even
Patriots
then,
all the
bro,
time.
even
Right.
but
But
let's
that's what
be
I'm saying.
real.
You still have
Why do you
right. You
think
still
the Patriots hated
yeah.
us?
Sure, sure.
And
I
we were
get that.
mid the entire
I get
time
that.
for 20
But
years.
but remember the Bills are also 10-1. I mean, in the last 11 meetings. So, there's that.
No, I said the Patriots. I said the Patriots in the last 20 years
No, no, I
when they
just
were
meant
under
that
a reign.
I just meant that when
They
it's
hated playing
clear.
against us because they knew.
I just meant that your division opponent is going to exploit every weakness you have. Even if you're a good team, you can slip because your division opponent is going to exploit every little hole in your game. Whereas a conference opponent or an intra-conference opponent won't necessarily exploit those holes in your game like a division opponent will. So yes, that's why it's different.
Yeah,
I mean, and that's why you can
exactly.
always, it don't matter what the situation, the Jets could beat the Bills, Dolphins could beat the
At any
Bills,
moment.
Bills could beat the Patriots,
At any
Patriots,
moment.
anytime, anywhere, yeah.
Exactly. And even the Jets, even though it's hard for them to beat the Patriots, any given Sunday, they still have a higher probability than most teams because it's a divisional game. That's just how it rolls, ladies and gentlemen. And real quick, just because we got more people in here, thank you so much, guys, for coming through real quick. Guys, do me a favor, hit that like button. Guys, you are watching League Wide Wednesday with myself and Mr. Color Commentary like you can every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Much appreciate to all you guys. Also, much appreciate to all our members. Thank you so much, guys, for coming through. Really do appreciate it. As well as, guys, if you can do me a favor, let's go ahead and support those who do support the channel, like Chef Jew and Chef Juice Catering, guys. Looking for a great chef to cater your next birthday, business, office party, etc., with mouth-watering cookies, cakes, pies, and more? Then go ahead and check out and call Chef Jew at 786-804-8096. That's 786-804-8096, or via Facebook Messenger or Instagram at Chef Jew. JU Catering for more information and mention Miss Fins to get 10% off your catering order, ladies and gentlemen. I want to go ahead and give some love to our guy over here. Also, two guys catch Miss Fins and Red, White, and Bills. This Friday, we will have our game preview. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Friday, 8 a.m. It's for the divisional championship, baby, on the line. Winner takes all, including the number 2 overall. So let's go ahead and check it out. This Friday, we have our game preview with Miss Fins, myself, versus Red, White, and Bills from Bills Mafia. So go ahead and check that out. It's gonna be a lot of fun seeing him and going up against him and whipping him. You know what I mean? So I has to do it. I has to do it. But yeah, that's gonna be a very interesting game in my opinion. And against Steelers, they did their thing versus the Seahawks. They got the win. They keep it pushing, and that's what you expect from the team. We both picked the
One other
Steelers.
thing,
We
Miss
both got
Vince.
that right.
One other thing. we
Mhm.
have as a team, as the Dolphins fans, let's say when you talk about the intangibles,
Mhm.
luck, favoritism from the football gods, stuff like that, right? We
Yeah.
have been pretty lucky this
Uh-huh.
year in weeks where we needed certain games to go a certain way just because it helps us, even though it wasn't crucial at the time. And we've had a couple weeks where everything fell in our favor. So we seem to be touched with that. So let's take care of business, beat the Bills, and hey, they might even be out of the playoffs altogether,
I'll
man. They're
take it.
reeling right now. Let's kick them while they're
Shoot.
down.
I will
You
take
know
it. I will take it. Achan is key. Absolutely kept for life. Yes, he is. Yes, he
who
is.
again was one of the few bright spots in the
Honestly, that
Bills
would.
game earlier this season. He rushed for over 100 himself. I think he had a buck 05.
Mhm. Oh yeah, I
He
know.
broke a
I know, Michelle.
55-yard
Not a
run
lot of
against the
people are happy
Bills.
that our game got.
I'm sorry.
He did. I know a lot of people have said, no, 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 you're good. I know a lot of people have said that it got flexed to Sunday Night Football, but I've been prepping you this all season long, guys. I told you it was going to come down to week 18 and it was going to flex to either Saturday night or Sunday night. It got flexed to Sunday night. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah,
we get to host the last game of the regular season, guys. We get to
yeah.
uh,
I mean, it's
toast
just a shame
to
for
the
certain
season.
people. For certain people that were really looking forward to go to that game, and they may have to work on Monday, and now they
Yeah,
can't.
that's
You
the
know, it's like that.
exactly.
That is kind
That's
of a shame. I feel for those people. So
mhm.
if y'all need any tickets, I know of one that could be available from somebody in that situation. Let me know. I'll
Are
check
you
to see if
going?
it's still
You
there.
going to the game?
Oh, I'm definitely going. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
thank
be.
God. Thank God
Uh,
and
uh,
thank Chef too.
okay, so
Cause man,
you know where they roll the opening where they roll the flag out at, right on the visitors corner there.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
That's where the deep end is. Yep.
the one that's opposite corner of where our players roll out.
Yep. I know
I will be
diagonal,
in the
yes.
I will be in the first pure vertical section on the inside corner of that section in the front row on the top deck.
100s or
300s, top
300.
deck. It's yeah, 3, gosh, I can't remember the 322. It's almost directly across from the field from where Ali sits.
All right, cool. Yeah, well we are three
So I'll sort of have a catty cornered view, but I won't be sitting in the catty corner itself.
we are 315?
And I kind of
315, yeah.
actually, I'm thinking I'm liking the catty corner view. It almost gives you the best of Madden and the best of the 50-yard line view. You know what I mean? You can kind of see it in a total
Yeah.
four-dimensional perspective. You know.
Uh-huh. Nice
Plus,
graphics, Miss Phins.
I'll be facing our
Thank you,
team
Joe.
too, so I'll be able to see our guys in their faces. You know.
Oh, look at this. Oh, Goldie Hammer. Hi, cute,
And I'm
adorable
also
baby
taking
picture.
up a visitor seat. I'm doing my part. I'm
Good
taking
job.
up a visitor seat. So
Good job.
there's 2 Buffalo fans that can't come to this game because of where me and my mom are sitting.
Holy smokes. We got Goldie living on enemy territory. 70 miles from Buffalo. Oof. That's rough. I know. We need this victory for all of us. You know what I mean?
Hey,
We absolutely need this.
God, Buddha, pray to them all.
Whomever you support.
Vince
I'll take
Lombardi,
whatever
if you're
sprinkles we
listening,
can get,
Vince.
man. Thank you for joining. Fins up. Thank you, Goldie. I appreciate you coming through. Really, really appreciate you. Like I said, we always have fun over here in League Wide Wednesdays because we never know. We always go off on tangents, and I always try to get this game. It should be 1 hour. We're gonna have to do that next year. If we're lucky enough to have color again, or if we have a different host, then whomever that person may be, for sure we'll need to make sure we keep this puppy up.
Well, God willing, I mean, if I don't get
I
struck
will.
down or anything, then I should be good to
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
But it
Yeah,
would be
well, you
fun to
never know.
add
You
like
could
it.
be on ESPN, and then I can't
Well,
have
yeah,
your
yeah.
time. You know what I
You
mean?
never
So
know. No, are you kidding me? I will always. If I was one of those guys that got a job like that, I literally would still come here. I don't care if you had 10 people watching. I would still come here and do this show with you on Wednesday nights. Maybe not every week, but I would still come here and do it with you.
I appreciate you.
But yeah, it would be cool to get like a third, maybe
Enough, enough. I
a
love you.
third opinion
Okay,
more
to
often
stop watching
next year.
for the
You know,
dreams.
bring in some special guests or something to,
Hey,
you know, because I really
yeah, we can
enjoyed
do
when your
that.
brother was here. That
We
was
can
a
do
pretty
that.
cool show. When your brother was here, that was a pretty cool show.
Uh,
Just having the third opinion, you know.
yeah,
Finn Sanity was with
of
us one
course.
night,
It's
I think.
yeah, she was. Fisani was another one. It's pretty cool. We don't always get an opportunity to do it, and I know a million shows are going on tonight, but you know what? We still do it because we want to give you guys the opportunity to see where we come from, what we see in these games, and then kind of how we break these down.
Well,
Did
and
we
it's
talk about
amazing.
Tyreek in the boot? Not yet.
But it's amazing, isn't
Go
it,
ahead.
Miss Finns, how the volume of I mean, the shows wouldn't all be landing tonight like they are if the people weren't out looking for it right now. Because you got so much going with that loss like that, and with the this important game following it right up. Look, we it's fair to say we're 4-0 after losses this year, so we have demonstrated the ability to bounce back.
Let's knock on wood.
Okay.
I've been like trying to
Well,
go
well,
through.
I don't mean to like say it as to poke out my chest. It's more to say that we have
Yeah,
it's evidence that we can bounce back. You have to
exactly.
at
I
least give
agree
it
on that.
credit for being evidence that we can bounce back. Now, have we had to come back and face such a tough situation and opponent and all that with all that on the line after getting so heavily destroyed? Ooh, this is where you got to dig deep. This is where you got to dig deep. I mean, we're going to have to dig deeper than we ever have for that bounce back,
Hey,
you know?
hashtag no excuses, baby. We don't get no
None.
excuses to
None.
nobody.
I mean, we
So
did
we gotta
the
next man
last
up.
bounce
Gotta
back
make
we
it
had,
happen. So
to be fair, the last bounce back we had was after getting embarrassed against the Titans, and we did took care of business the very next week and the very next week after that. So, and one of them being a really tough opponent, the other being a bad opponent, but a really good defense that we hung 30 on, you know? I mean,
to zip.
we have demonstrated the ability to bounce back. Can we do
True.
it in such a big way, given the injuries we have now and all of that? Given the having to rely more on our whole 53-man roster than we have all season, can we do it against these Buffalo Bills? And I would just point to the fact that last year, when faced with this situation in the wild card game, we didn't even have our quarterback, and we lost by 3. So let's not
After
discount
being
ourselves just
down 17 in the
but
first half,
but
and if
let's
it
not
wasn't for Mike Duffing, the Magic
well,
Dragon,
let's what I mean to
we would
say
have
is
won that game. I don't care what no one tells me.
let's not discount ourselves just because of what happened in Buffalo earlier this season. I don't think we should just be discounting ourselves. In the last 4 meetings with this team, we've lost 3, we've won 1. Those 3 were in Buffalo. 2 of them 3-point losses. One of them in a part of the season that didn't even matter, and it was a big drubbing. The fourth was a win by us in Hard Rock. And I'm just, look, it is what it is. The game is in Hard Rock Sunday.
Yeah.
The game ain't in Buffalo,
No, it's not.
you
No,
know.
it's not.
So I'm just saying we can't discount ourselves. I'm not, look, if we get this, if the worst happens, if we look just the same as we did whatever, the worst happens. So we say it and we move on because we still got another game after that in Arrowhead. My point is, what are you going to do about it? But what if we take care of business? What if we are the ones doing the exposing
Eh,
this week?
that'd be so amazing. What
What
if
if not
we
only do
are
we
the ones to
demonstrate
get people
not
fired?
what if not only we demonstrate we can
Ooh.
bounce back in a big way, but we
What's up,
also
Utah
show
fan?
people what the Buffalo Bills truly are right now, which is absolute garbage.
Seriously, they have been trash all season, and we're about to expose them. And shout out to Utah Phins fan man showing up from Twitter/X. How you doing? I love it when we get you guys over here. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming through. Go Dolphins. Let's get it done. Exactly. Let's get her done. Let's get her
All I'm
done. It's
saying is
true.
let's not be afraid of success, and this is to the team as well. Don't be
And
afraid
we're gonna go back
to
to
be
this
that
game.
team that's hoisting the divisional title Monday morning. Don't be afraid to be that team.
Exactly.
It's every
And
bit
let's
as
not be
ours as
afraid.
it is. It's every bit as right to be ours as it is anybody else's. You know, that right is earned on the gridiron this Sunday night.
Seriously. And you know what? We got three more games. We can talk about this Dolphins Ravens game real quick in a second. Let me just shoot off real quick. We got Chargers, Broncos. Broncos did their job. I picked the Broncos, so did you. You, sir, got the closest. You said 12-7, ended up being 16-9, dude. God, you were so close.
Another
So
correct
close in
game
that one.
script, huh?
Yep.
And I
Then
usually don't pick
Bengals.
low. I usually don't pick low scoring. You know me.
I know. Well, then you got Bengals, Chiefs. I told you it was going to be a low scoring game. Ended up being 25-17. I thought it was 24-22, and you picked 22-20. So we are both kind of, around it. Buckner with his 6 field goals, uh, essentially got them going, and got the win over the
Old
Bengals.
Butker.
So,
He's a
oh,
good kicker.
Buckner, yeah. And then Packers, Vikings. Packers completely destroyed the Vikings. We both thought the Vikings would actually go for it, but 4 touchdowns from Jordan Love, man, that's crazy. Utah fan says I would rather play the Bills in Miami than having to go to Kansas City. A lot of people feel that way too. Texas fans in color. What up, G? Welcome. If you ain't been using all your pieces in chess and going against a master, ain't the time to be learning. What are you trained to see? Cause you can't see no more than that. It ain't changing. Well, I love playing chess. So I get your analogy, sir. Yeah, it is true. It is true. Banana, what's up, Banana? Welcome. I said All Pro, not Pro Bowl. Yeah. Well, and this is why I wanted to get through this because I want to use it as our halftime show. Uh, and then last game, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, you picked Bengals, I picked Kansas City, so I won that one. We both lost the Vikings, and we both lost the Dolphins. But I'm not gonna lie to you, I had also picked the Ravens. I put both down for me. I didn't tell you, but I had put both down for me because I'm like, I had us losing this game since the beginning of the season when the schedule came out. This was one of them L's. I was like, yep, I'm not even gonna bother to try to figure it out. I saw what the Ravens did in the offseason. I fully expected us to lose. Now, did I believe that we had the tools, what it takes to beat them? Absolutely. So it's not like I was out here lying. No, I wholeheartedly believe we had what it takes to beat this team. But I wasn't surprised at all that we lost. I didn't
Yeah.
see a blowout, but then again, I kind of did
However,
because I did say 52-12. But
that is a game script that I did predict accurately, unfortunately, Miss Fins. I did predict a blowout.
yeah, well,
I
I
think
mean,
my
I did.
words were
I
I think my
I said
words were
52-12.
right. I think my
So
words were 38-14, and the winner of the game was going to be the one
Florida,
that
baby,
showed up,
South Florida.
right? So
Yep.
it was going to I said the score was going to be 38-14, and the winner of the game was going to be the one that showed up.
You picked 27-22 here, but yeah,
Here,
I get
right.
it.
But I mean, my margin was obviously larger than I predicted, but the point being is that I wasn't confident that anybody was going to win this game close. It was either going to be us or them, and it was going to be a blowout.
Yeah, I actually I predicted my homer was 52-12. That was my homer, but that was also I had it for both. So I kind of I didn't want it to be a blowout, but I absolutely saw how it could have happened. So what does Color predict Miami Buffalo game? Ooh, Color. We're about to talk about that Goldie in a second. So I'm gonna hold off on this real quick. Unless you got a second, because I want to talk about this other thing that I got pulled up for us.
No,
So
go ahead.
coming
I got it. That's the last game we will be picking, correctly?
exactly. So let's
We'll
get
get there.
into it and we'll get there, I promise. But ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. The AFC teams have been chosen for the Pro Bowl, ladies and gentlemen. And your Miami Dolphins have got not one, not two, not three, not four, not 17. We've got six Miami Dolphins selected for the 2023-2024 Pro Bowl games. And out of those six, four of them are starter. We got Tua Tagovailoa starting, Tyreek Hill starting. We got Raheem Mostert starting, and Alec Ingold coming in clutch, starting as well. Then we got Jalen Ramsey and Teron Armstead. How the did Armstead become a Pro Bowler? No idea, but not a starter. So right now, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to say this is the second it came out through. I was like, yeah. Oh man, Javon snubbed once again. Yeah, there were some players that were snubbed. Um, but I'll tell you this. I wasn't at all surprised as far as who we got it. But listen, Javon Holland was definitely named one of the guys that got snubbed due to injury. You know what I mean? I think had he played the entire game, I think that the entire season he would have made it. Alex Highsmith as well. T.J. Hawkinson injury, James Conner, another one that had a resurgence at the later part of the season. There are a ton of them, man. There are a ton of them, and even I mean, the only other Dolphins players that were really out here, I guess, snubbed, if you will, is Javon Holland. That's the main one. That's the guy that I think it's a general census how he was probably snubbed, but that's mostly because again the injuries. You know what I mean? And yeah, and guess what? Who also got snubbed? Josh Allen, Brandon Ayuk. They also got snubbed, which was like, holy smokes, these players didn't make it. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, these players didn't make it, which is insane. Which is insane. Now, obviously, the 49ers had 9 Pro Bowlers with Purdy, Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Bosa, Javon Hargrave, Fred Warner, um, Shavarius Ward. So that was crazy. Niners had 9 Pro Bowlers. Then it was the Ravens with 7, Dallas Cowboys with 7, Miami Dolphins with 6, the Eagles with 6, Browns with 5, Kansas City with 5, Detroit Lions with 5. The other teams with at least 5 Pro Bowlers. So this was very interesting. Tua Tagovailoa is the starter compared to Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes, who got it. Then you got Raheem Mostert as the absolutely leading. And then you got James Cook and Derrick Henry. But I think Derrick Henry is more name recognition. The only one that got the fullback, man, that was Alec Ingold, man. Watch out. That's what I'm talking about. Then you got Tyreek Hill, who's a starter, along with Amari Cooper. Keenan Allen and Jamar Chase also made the top list. Obviously, with tight ends, you had Travis Kelsey. I mean, nobody was going to beat him out. He's a starter. And then Joku of the Brown actually made it. Then you got Laramie Tunsil and Deion Dawkins, the starters as your tackles, and Teron Armstead is the backup. Your 3 guards, you got Quentin Nelson, Joel Bitonio, and Joey Thuney. Those are the guys there. And then as far as your centers, you had Creed Humphrey and Tyler Linderbaum. So that was your offense. The only guy to make it from the Dolphins and on defense was Jalen Ramsey. That's it. So Jalen Ramsey was the guy that made it. He is a what do you call it? a backup. So yeah, that was pretty much it. Now, not gonna lie to you, that's pretty cool that we have, Pro Bowlers and whatever. But hopefully, none of them make it, baby, because we will be at the Super Bowl. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. Now, I will say this, guys. Check it out on Friday. Friday, we got our game preview with myself versus Red, White, and Bills. Come check us out. It is for the division championship. Everything is on the line. Winner takes all and the number two overall. So go ahead and check it out. Check it out. And everybody coming through right now, thank you so much for joining League Wide Wednesdays. We are halfway through the show. Appreciate all you guys. Appreciate all the members as well for supporting. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, guys. You guys are awesome. So appreciate you so much. Color, you still there?
I am.
I know you took like a break, which is cool because that was the whole point of halftime. But what you think, man? The Pro Bowlers. Ooh,
I don't, to be honest with you.
ooh.
I mean, I don't mean to be flippant, but it's just,
You're like I could care less.
yeah.
All Pro, I believe, comes out at the end of the season, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, Color. Doesn't All Pro come at the end of the season?
I think so. Yeah, yeah, because they have to tally the
I've heard the
last
actual
game.
game won't be played anymore. Exactly.
Yeah, they
So,
don't play it
ladies
anymore.
and gentlemen,
The
no,
flag football game,
it's
if
no
anything.
longer a game. And yeah, they probably have like a tag your it flag football game. It just ended up being so garbage that people literally were refusing to go. So what they did is it's a series of skills competition, guys, where the different players are gonna be showing off their skills, and then obviously the little flag football game. But that's pretty much it. Yeah. So what made it? That's a massive achievement for his first full season. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say it is, but didn't he make it last year
And
as a backup though?
who?
I feel like he did. Uh, Tua.
But real quick, I must make this show correction because I knew I couldn't. I ran through it the other night, and people keeps talking about the Colts and the Texans. I cannot find a way for the Colts or the Texans to fall below the 6th seed. I thought as much. So it's either the Jags, the Steelers, or the Bills as our opponent if we beat the Bills.
Are you gonna make me have to go through this,
You're
bro?
gonna have
Because
to
I
because
will
I
if I
just
have.
did it, and I cannot find a way for either one of those 2 teams to fall below the 6th seed.
Oh my god, I
They would
can't
have to
believe
be the
it.
7th seed to face us.
No, I mean yeah, they'd have to be the 17,
And I cannot find a
but
way for
there
either one of
is.
those 2 teams to fall to the 7th seed. I can't. Maybe I'm missing it, but I've ran everything I can, and I can't find a way.
Yeah, look, dang it, man. This is why we never get to. You know what? Screw this. We're gonna do our pickums, but we're gonna do it this way, ladies and gentlemen. So you're gonna tell me what you think.
Oh, that's
I'm gonna give
brilliant.
you the
We'll do
games.
it. We'll run a playoff machine while we're doing pick'ems, right. I got you.
Exactly. So we're gonna do this. It's I don't know if it'll let me do it because it's gonna be really tiny. Literally, really tiny. But I will
Well,
go ahead and try to
you can
get.
take me off screen for right now if you want. I mean, if you wanna blow it up.
No, because I have it in a
My
little
voice is
section
all that
here. Yeah,
matters. My voice is all that matters.
let me see this. Hold on, because let me see if we can get this. Nothing can stop us.
Let me go get some rice.
Go get your rest. Let me figure this puppy out. Okay. Matt, I've been around the world since. Oh, it's gonna be tough. Can't deny me. Why would you want to? You need me. No, that don't look right. That does not look right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's too tiny for us to even see it, so let me cancel this. Yeah, the card changes, man. Let me stop the screen. Um, so we're gonna do the pickums. We're gonna do it together, and then that way, that's how we're gonna do it live, and y'all are gonna get to see it. Um, I'd have to. How would I have to do this? That would be it. So let me take this puppy off, and then have to show you guys what happens when you are live, ladies and gentlemen, and you are producing live.
Right, and you don't have somebody in your room with you hitting all the buttons for you.
Exactly. You know what I mean? We do this for you, peeps. So I gotta change
So
my whole
currently they're in the
setup.
so currently they're in the 7th seed.
Oh, hold up,
So if
hold
no
on.
game
Let me.
was played, then yeah, they'd be in the 7th seed. But the second you pick any games, they go out of the 7th seed.
Let's
So
do
like
this. So
every team, what it means is here is the one way. Every team has to tie next week
hold
for
on,
the
man.
Colts to be in the 7th seed.
Yeah. Real quick,
That's what
because
that
I
means.
we gotta do this as part of our show,
Because
guys.
obviously they're in the 7th seed right
We
now, so that sounds contradictory to what I said, but what it means is every team would have to tie next week for this to look like it
oh
does
yeah,
next week.
yeah, exactly. But real quick, I'm on Ross St. Brown, Durham Smythe, Dolphins defense, Pats, Patriots. None of them you got, except Joe Mixon, and I'll give you Amon Ra. As far as for me, I took Kenny Pickens, and I was 100% right. I don't care what nobody tells me. Pickens went off in that game, and you know what? I had the Lions as my second defense, and they did it, man. The Lions did their thing, but the freaking Dan Campbell, bro. So that's part of our impactful player segment, which we'll do after this. And a word from our sponsor. Hello, this is Miss Fins. How are you? If you'd like to hear more about Miss Fins, please come through. Hit that like button because we love what we do over here at Miss Fins. In Miss Fins, we bring you awesome, great stats, fun fare, and great reactions. Again, come visit us Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern. And if you can, join us this Friday for a special show where we have Red, White, and Bills, ladies and gentlemen, showing us his Bills, what he has to and what they have to do to be able to get this divisional win versus your Miami Dolphins. So, again, join us this Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern, where you will have Miss Fins versus Red, White, and Bills joining us for this show. Thank you so much, and back to you, Susie. Okay, Carl.
Coral.
Let me.
That was my best Rick Grimes impression. Coral, get under the bus, Coral.
For real. So let's get her done. Let's get into this. Now hit that like button, people, because we're about to give you the deeds. So you've got, we're gonna pick them. So I'm gonna give them to you. Steelers, Ravens. I'm going
Steelers,
Steelers. Okay.
Steelmen.
I still think it's gonna be a close game and low scoring
Likely.
game. So I'm gonna go with 24-20 Steelers.
I'll go 27-17.
Okay, now the over under for this game, ladies and gentlemen, is 35.5 points. Pittsburgh is favored by four away. That just tells you right there. Even Vegas knows Ravens aren't playing nobody this game. So Steelers
Right.
got
If you take
everything on
away
the
the
line. Their
3 they're
playoff
getting
hopes.
right, if you take away the 3 they're getting for being at
Yeah,
home, that's a 7-point dog.
they're still giving it to the Steelers. So that tells you right then and there, Steelers are winning this game, people. And yeah, so I'm going with the Steelers. They got everything running on this game, and Ravens could care less because they don't even have to face the Steelers at all. They know this for a fact. So it is what it is. Yeah, get your little in season sweep or whatever. Who cares? Fight for your playoff lives if you make it. But at the end of the day, I'm not risking my star players for some BS game I don't need when I locked up the number one overall and arguably the MVP of the season.
And look,
So
anything can
there you have
happen.
it, ladies and gentlemen.
Anything can happen. We do recognize that. But man, Buffalo, that'd be some awful good luck. If for Buffalo, let's say if they lost and were hinging their playoff hopes on the Ravens beating the Steelers. Yeah, anything can happen. The Steelers still have to do it, but man, that'd be awful lucky for the Bills. You know what I mean? And
That would be awful
I'm glad
luckily.
I'm
That's
not the
for
one that
real.
has to rely on luck. That's all I'm saying. We're not over
hmm
here having to rely on luck.
Now, Goldie, Color's going to be able to answer your question now. What does Color predict Miami Buffalo game once we get through that game here? This is your 4:30 game on Saturday, guys. We only have two Saturday games this week 18. That'll be Steelers Ravens at 4:30, and then your Saturday night game Texas Colts. Why Texas Colts, ladies and gentlemen? You might think, oh, that's not going to be a good game. Actually, this game has divisional winner implications as well, which is why it's so important. Like we told you earlier, the Texans, Colts, Steelers, Jags are consequential in the AFC because they have multiple implications and things that could happen depending on how those chips fall. Houston right now is favored by one over under 47.5. Colts are at home. They are 4-4 at home. Both teams are 9-7. Texans are 3-4 away. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Gardner Minshew was looking like booty, but they still found a way to win. This is gonna be a tough one for the Colts. It is. And now that CJ Stroud got his legs back underneath him, he's healthier now. I think the Texans are gonna make that push. Going from, yeah, you were second overall picking last year. You got your franchise quarterback, which most people would agree that that's the case. And right now, your young stud and this young team and that young coach, it's really pushing through. Yeah, I actually have the Texans in this game. Although, I know they're only favored by one, but really that just makes it a pick 'em. It means like flip a coin and whoever wins wins. But I've got the Texans. I'm gonna go Texans, 31 to 27. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Color?
go Texans here.
All right.
I'm gonna have to go Texans here. Yeah,
If
24.
we lose
No, no,
out,
we'll
we'll
go
still get a
30,
message.
33 to 30. What was it?
33 to 30.
Yeah.
If we lose out, meaning if we lose, you mean like if we lose this upcoming game, and I'm assuming lose the playoff game, does Tua still get a massive contract? People forget we still have him under contract for next year in a 5th year option. I think he'll have to play out his 5th year option if that's the case. I still think he's gonna get paid regardless, but I think that they'll probably make him wait it out. And that's your Sunday night game, guys. Texans Colts at 8:15 on ESPN. That's gonna be a good one. Then you got Browns Bengals, your first game on Sunday on CBS.
Wait, did you
Cincinnati's
pick
favored
them
by
in the?
7.
Did you do the machine?
Oh
Yeah.
shoot, sorry, because I have the other. I have the other. Look at that. Two games just picked. Steelers and Texans, and look, that automatically changed it. So, oops, sorry, I got the game's an actual breakdown on my other screen, so I forgot to go back to
Hmm.
it. Bro, you already know I've got like multiple screens. I'm out here trying to fend and
See, just from that
produce as
alone,
always.
just from that alone, it's taken the Texans and the Colts out of the seventh seed because it
Yep,
gave one of them the division. Now, obviously, the Jags are in their division, so that's going to affect that here coming up.
yep. But let's go Browns Bengals. We got the Bengals 8-8, 5-3 at home. Browns 11-5, 3-5 away. The Browns have officially clicked the fifth spot in the AFC conference. They got the wild card spot, and there is no movement whatsoever. They have locked it up. So, will the Browns play their
Ooh,
starter coming up? I'm gonna be
ooh,
100% honest with you. I don't think so. You've got a young team who has their starting quarterback out for the season. Now you got this backup quarterback and then another backup quarterback. And your third string quarterback actually came out here and is giving you, what was it, three straight wins? Straight wins by Flacco, or four straight wins by Flacco. Let me check here where the Browns are. Yeah, four straight wins by Flacco. So right now, they don't really have much to prove. They have nothing to gain in this game, and the last thing is you want to get into the playoffs with an injury. With that being said, I still think that the Browns are gonna win this game. I still think. Sorry, give me a second. Dang, sorry, something was playing in the background. That's gonna be it. I got the Browns. I think the Browns are gonna end up winning this game. The over under in this game is 37.5 points. Cincinnati is favored at home. That's probably because they still think that Browns are gonna sit everybody out. What do you think with Browning and yeah? I know it's who needs to win for bums not to get in. So Michelle, the bums that we're referring to, we all know who that is. Bills. Steelers and Jags have to win, and us obviously for them not to get into the playoffs. That's how that is. Okay. Um. Yeah. Give me your score prediction. What you thinking? What you thinking with this game? What you thinking with the score? Color.
I'm going to still
Who do
go
you have?
Bengals here. If they have nothing to play for, the Browns. Although their defense can carry them through the games, their depth chart lists Jeff Driscoll as their first backup. So I'm going to have to take Bengals here with none other than you know who is my impact player of the week at running back, Mr. Joe Mixon. And I'm going to go with the Bengals here 20-14.
I'm gonna go Browns. 21-17. Still feel like the Browns are gonna
So
come
let's
out with
flip a
it.
coin real quick for who we pick on the playoff machine,
Okay. Okay.
or maybe
I got
audience
a coin. I got a coin.
first couple
Audience.
first load of answers. Maybe I don't know. First 10
Heads.
answers.
Yeah. Heads. Bengals because they're at home. Tails. Browns. Okay. So I got a penny. Let's go. Oh, sorry. That's the worst, most horrible flip. Sorry. I haven't flipped a coin in Jesus. Shut up! It ended up being heads, guys. Can't believe this. Heads it is, ladies and gentlemen. So we are picking the Bengals to win this game. There they are. That didn't really affect anything. Okay, let's
Nope.
continue. We got Vikings, Lions on Fox, 1 o'clock. Detroit is favored by 3.5 points, 45.5
We'll
over
go lightning
under.
round on the NFC games. Obviously,
Yeah,
Detroit
yeah,
there.
please.
Uh,
Detroit, right? Yeah, I'm
33-7.
thinking 33-7. 33-7. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Lions. You picked the Vikings, right?
No, Lions 33-7.
Oh, Lions. I got Lions 31-16. Good luck, everybody. Then we got Jaguars Titans. That's the other CBS game, 1 o'clock. Jags are favored by 5. Over under 39.5. Jags are 9-7, 5-2 away. Titans 5-11, 4-4 at home. Jags.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Jags
Uh,
here, 23-10. They do slightly better than the Panthers.
yeah. Uh, I'm gonna go with 24-13. Yeah. So let's see. I predict the cat winning. Holy smokes, Michelle. I love it. I predict the cat team winning. I love that. That was good. That was good. Okay, so we picking the Jags because the Jags got it. What? Look at what that did. That put the Jags firmly as their division
Yeah, but
winners.
we
And
still got games to pick.
I know we got games to play, but gotta show you that. Gotta show you that. Then we got Jets Patriots doesn't do anything
And
for us,
so
but we
this
still
would
gotta
mean if
pick
we
it.
tied the Bills, that's another way that we could play the Texans in the first game, is if we tied the
Pretty
Bills.
much, yeah. Pretty
And
much.
actually, no, because if we tie the Bills, they hold the tiebreaker. We can't tie the Bills.
I already did that scenario. I'll show you later once we get through all of them.
It's on to Kansas City if we tie.
If we tie, even though they have whatever color, that means the Dolphins will be 11-5-1, and they would be 10-6-1. We would still be
Oh
ahead of
yeah,
them.
you're right. I'm sorry.
It's
You're
alright. I
correct.
already did this scenario. So,
I forgot that we're the
um,
better team.
yeah. Jets Patriots. New England's favored by 2 at home, 30.5. I gotta go with Patriots only because I know that they want that, and if rumors are true, and this is his last game, I don't think he's gonna go out with a loss. I don't know what you think. Huh? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean Patriots. I'm gonna go with Patriots. 17-6.
17-6. I think it'll be a little bit more than that. Actually, I think 20-18. Yeah. Then let's put that puppy in
Saints
here.
88-12. Bucks 93-7. And just kidding. I was
Oh,
doing
I was
lightning round.
really
I was doing lightning round and
Bucks.
just picking the score based on the percentage picked.
Hold up, because I already got your Saints and Bucks. You gotta give me the real score in a second. But
Saints and
yeah, where
Falcons.
are
Yeah, Saints
we?
against
Patriots,
Falcons. Yeah.
Saints, Falcons, Saints. It's not even a question.
I'm going
And then what's the other one? What's the other one? Bucks. What? Bucks.
Bucks
Oh,
and
Bucks.
Panthers.
Um,
So
yeah.
for the
Right.
Saints, I'm going 22-3.
And
And for the
Bucks.
Bucks, I'm going.
Hey, what's up, Dolphins Thirsty? Hey, how you doing, buddy? Good
Hold
evening.
on, hold on. Let me think.
Uh, Everybody, go check out Dolphins Thirsty if you haven't already. You guys already know I send all of you guys over there to him. Look at how many people he's got. 560 subscribers, man.
I'm
Congratulations.
going
Every week you keep growing,
uh,
man. I'm proud of you. And I know you're gonna continue to grow. You got great content over there, and people are always looking for some more great content. So keep up the awesome work, Dolphins Thirsty.
for the buck
But
for
check
the
him out
buck
there.
for the Bucks. I'm going 47-3.
I got you, 47-3. Saints, I'm gonna go 28-16. Bucks, I'm gonna go 24-18. Yeah, I'm feeling that one. Absolutely. Listen, man, I remember when I first started seeing your show, Dolphins Thirsty, you had a lot less subscribers. You hadn't even hit 500. Actually, you were at 300 and something subscribers, man. So in such a short time, man, you got to over 500. Congratulations. Congratulations. Definitely congratulations on that. What's the next game? Oh, we
Packers
picked
and
them up here.
Bears.
Yes, we did.
Packers and Bears.
Packers, Bears, Packers. I mean,
So yeah, I'm
Bears have been
going.
doing their
Hold
job.
on. I think
I got the Packers. I'm going Packers 31 31 to 27 Packers.
23,
Green Bay is favored by 3.
6. I'm gonna go.
Yep, you've helped a lot. No, you've done it, man. You've done the hard work, and that's what matters. Color has helped too. That I believe. That I believe.
I'm gonna go 24-9. Green Bay. Green
Okay.
Bay.
Packers. Then we've got Broncos, Raiders. I got the Broncos. I don't see. Well, wait a minute. They just put their bench? Nah, Raiders. Raiders are feeling themselves. They're fighting for their. Well, I mean, they're technically not out of it, but they're out of it. Um, they are favored by 3 points over under 38 and a half points. But I'm taking Raiders. I do believe they will get this game. Raiders, man, what is it? 17-14
Uh,
Raiders.
18-6 for me.
But who do you got?
Raiders. Sorry, I was muted earlier. Raiders.
Raiders are out officially. Okay. Well, they're still playing for their coach. And from what I saw Devontae Adams say, talk about the team and how the team is rallying behind their interim head coach, it looks like they really want him. So yeah. So are Broncos. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ponies. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's see here. I already did the puff predict. Yep. We'll both hit up the Raiders. Then we got Eagles, Giants, Seahawks, Cardinals. So I'm going with the Eagles because they severely need a win. Eagles 31. No, Eagles 35. Giants 24. And then Seahawks, Cardinals. I got the Cardinals surprisingly not winning this game. I'm going Seahawks or Sea Chickens. They are favored by 2.5 points. Away, it is over under 47.5. I'm going Seahawks 23-20.
Well, I'm gonna take the Eagles 35-30. And I'm gonna take the Seahawks 24-23.
Ooh, that's a close one, man. Oof. Okay. Awesome. Because we're doing the lightning round, so that's why I'm like trying to like. so
Right.
we can talk about this Eagles and Sea Chickens. Love it, Michelle.
We got Kansas City
What
going
else?
into LA. How many people are they
Yep.
sitting? Because I don't think they can move at all either.
Look at this. So you got Chiefs, Chargers, and then you got Rams, Niners. This is weird. Two red teams going up against two blue teams. Two red and white teams going up against two blue and yellow teams. Funny. And two of them end up being, well, actually, three of them technically are in California, but that's still hilarious. Okay, Chiefs, Chargers. I'm going
How
Chiefs.
many people are the Chiefs resting because they can't move at all either? I don't think.
No, they can't. They have solidified the. Oh, you're right. Chargers are favored by 3.5 points. I'm going Chargers
Yeah, I might too. That upset of the week.
because you're 100% right. I completely forgot that. Like I told you guys earlier today, the positions that are locked there's 1, 3, and 5. Those cannot move in the AFC. One being Raiders, Ravens. Three being Chiefs.
Right. And
Five being
let's not forget the Chiefs struggled against
Browns.
them when they had to play. You know what I mean?
It's true. That's
So
true. Okay,
even
yeah, I'm
with
going
stick,
Chargers.
even with stick, Easton stick.
17-13 Chargers. Yeah. Hey, and I like that Easton Stick kid.
Right.
Man, no, let's make it 12.
I'll go
Not but field
24.
goals.
No, not 24. I'll go 20 to 17 Chargers.
2017.
Now, I don't
Yeah.
think this game affects the playoff machine
It
either.
doesn't. Like I told you, it's already locked. The one,
I
three, and
mean, for
five.
anybody else either, is what I mean.
It doesn't either. Yeah. Already checked that out. It doesn't either. For either side, actually, interestingly enough.
Right.
For either
But
side.
we
Oh,
picked the
sorry.
Chargers, yeah.
For, yeah,
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 it
yeah. We
didn't
picked
change
the
anything.
Chargers, might be. For either side, it doesn't do anything for them. So there you go. Then we got, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the Rams 49ers. I mean, Niners have already clinched the playoff berth. They've already clinched their division, if I'm not mistaken. And there is no way. Just quadruple check. Yeah, I don't think because Eagles and Detroit have 5, they've already essentially clinched the win. I don't think, let's say, if Rams were to win, yeah, they
Yeah, and
still
check
they're
49ers. I don't
locked.
think the Rams can't get out either. They've already clinched the playoffs. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both locked. So this is a whatever game. I think that the 49ers are going to sit down their players because they need the rest. They got some injuries concerns. So I'm not seeing the Niners, but they do gotta bounce back from a nasty loss
Right.
versus the Ravens. And I know they just won last week, but now you
Uh,
gotta recover before you get to the playoffs. So uh
no, I'm gonna
I'm
go
actually
Rams
giving it to
anyway.
the Rams. I'm still
Me
going with
too.
the Rams. Like although both are solidified their positions in the playoffs, I still think the Rams have a little bit more, to get that momentum, being that they have to go and travel to
Yep.
Detroit for the playoffs. So I'm gonna go
20,
Rams.
21-7.
I don't know about all that, but I'm going Rams. The over under in this one is 41.5. I'm going 23-14 for me. 23 for me. I still think they're gonna still give some production, but because people pay for these tickets. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, in case people ask why do the fantasy league always finish the week before the last week? And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of playoff scenarios are already clinched, and what
Mhm.
people have to deal with
It's so
is
hard to
their
predict
starting
these games.
players.
Exactly.
Yeah, their starting players being benched. Nobody wants that because then you're gonna have the hottest team in the league lose to the bummiest team or second bummiest, or you know what I mean,
Right.
whoever ends up being the second best team or
And it's
whatever.
also hard in
And it's
daily
all
fantasy
because
too because you're gonna have a bunch of like nobody third string rookies get 150-yard days. You know what I mean?
yeah, and you're like, what the like this isn't it. This ain't it. So that's why they
I
finished
mean,
week
somebody's
17
got to get the
or the week
yardage,
before
even
the
if
last
all
week.
the teams sit their players. Somebody's got to get the yardage, and that ends up being a bunch of people that nobody's ever played on their fantasy list before, you know? It's really hard to predict who that's going to be, who that game changer is going to be when it could be some random third round or third string guy on some team like Kansas City, let's say, or Andy Reid's definitely known for that kind of stuff late in the year. Like all of a sudden, here's this guy nobody's ever heard of that rushes for 180 billion yards.
Seriously. The Isaiah Pacheco's coming literally out of nowhere where you're like, who the bleep is this guy, bro? Like,
Look at this.
it's
Look
unreal.
at this.
What? Mom.
Look what the storm blew in from Seattle.
Oh, this snowman? People say
No,
it didn't
look in
snow in
the chat.
Florida, but. Oh, what's
What's up, man?
up? King DT. Hey,
Everybody
sorry,
welcome.
I was looking over here, but it's showing up in StreamYard. What's up, King DTA? How you
Everybody throw
doing?
the Miss Fins emojis up for King
Yeah,
DTA.
throw the Misfits emojis. Come on, man. Wow, you know it's nothing but love over here, man. Ah, dude, I absolutely hope and wish you many, 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 many blessings and prosperity, King DTA. Happy New Year's, man. I haven't seen you since last year, dude. That's awesome. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, what's up, Culler? How you doing, sir? Coming to you from X. It's gonna be
Yeah,
weird
yeah, he's been
to
coming around
continue
here and
saying
there.
that.
I'm just glad he still gives his takes in whatever capacity.
Absolutely.
I
Listen, we
miss you.
still need you, man. You gotta come back to TFTG, dude.
Yeah,
Like seriously,
we
we
always
miss
told
you.
you, seat is always warm, man.
Absolutely,
We got
man.
we got special TFTG heaters that keep everybody's
And
seat warm.
yeah, for real. We gotta get this common tea too. Um, for reals, for reals, for reals. Then what was the other game? Oh, right. We still got two more games to go over, ladies and gentlemen, to finish this puppy out. We got we got the Commanders and Cowboys. Jesus Christ.
We got the
Cowboys.
commanders and the
We got
cowmanders.
Commanders. The Commanders. Oh gosh.
I guess I'm gonna go
Uh
Cowboys here. Can their situation
Dallas
change at
is
all?
favored by no, they're not. They're locked in. Because look, I'm gonna put it
That
to you
means
right
they're
now.
gonna lose. I am not, man. I don't
Oh
even.
shoot! Never mind. Never mind. They can
Oh, they
still win
can.
their
They can take the
division.
division. All right.
Oh, then never mind. I'm taking Cowboys.
Yep.
They can
Cowboys.
still win.
They're gonna bludgeon the Commanders.
Yeah,
Like
they are. So that means the Eagles from being number one practically half the season to now being fifth seed. Holy, like what?
uh,
Dang! Oh
Cowboys
smokes!
win
We didn't pick
30,
the Lions game. My bad. Yeah,
33-2.
33 to. No, I'm not accepting that. So stop.
33 to
Nah,
3.
man.
What's up, Nene?
See this guy? What's up? We got Nene in the building. What's up, Nene?
Welcome to League Wide Wednesday, Nene,
For
where we can
real. Do you want to
objectively
rap
talk
here?
about other teams without being called mean
Exactly.
things by people.
Can we bring her out? Nene, can you come up here? Oh my god. I know
Good
we're talking
joke. What are you
about why
asking
not?
me for?
We like I can't this is for Nene. Miss Ma'am, come
We
up
were
here.
just to catch Nene up. We were just trying to figure out because Miss Fins and a lot of people I've heard talk today thought that we had the ability to play the Texans and the Colts or the Colts in our game, but I ran through a lot of scenarios and I couldn't find a way for the Colts or the Texans to fall to the 7th seed. So that's what we're trying to figure out whether that actually we're trying to do a show correction to make sure that everybody
Yeah.
knows whether we can ever face the Texans or the Colts in the first round.
Yeah, exactly. So we're really trying to take a look at these connections. Ah! What up,
There she
Nene?
is.
In the building. Brr, 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 brr.
I'm surprised you
Happy
don't have
New
the
Year's.
I'm surprised you ain't got that little horn sound.
Right? Brr, 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 brr.
Yeah, she does it on her own.
Yeah,
she
it's my
she
thing.
beat she beatboxes the horn sound.
Yeah, fuck dude. Why not? We got Finsanity in the building too. Stop it. Man, this deck keeps getting better and better, yo.
Yeah,
Like I
Nay,
can't.
this is where I retreat to if you couldn't figure that out.
Yeah, yeah.
Nah.
I see after a day in Twitter Spaces, you need a sanctuary.
Seriously, because listen, this is what we get with League Wide Wins. This is why I love this show because we never know what's gonna happen in this show. Except we do have structure. You know, we do our recaps from the week before, then we do our previews, and then we do our impact full player segment. But in between that, man, we've had some crazy stuff happen this season that it just makes the show even better, and that's what I love about this show. Like. Definitely love it. But Nene, how are you doing this New Year, ma'am? How are
Well,
you
I'll be
doing?
honest. I'm glad that I got over my cold flu that was passing around here in North Carolina. But
Oh, it was passing around down here too, girl.
yeah, I was pretty sick, and I was glad that school ended before I got sick. But we have school coming back in a couple of weeks. But you've been listening to me. I've been putting some people to sleep and cooking a
Hey,
couple
man,
of
you've been laying
couple
them now. I see you with the people's elbow. You
of
know, in those Twitter spaces.
serving them up some
Uh,
NyQuil. But other than that, I need us
exactly.
to win on Sunday though, because I think that would just give us a um. Mo Sauces asked the question like, how would we feel if we win on Sunday? And I just kind of fast forward and thought about that. Like, wow, a playoff win since I was in high school. And I'm 40, so that's a
I'm not there yet.
that, that's a big thing. And to beat Buffalo, it would be just icing
That
on the cake.
that would be
Well,
that'd be
Nene,
the
earlier
cherry on
when I was
top.
there, I never really got a chance to kind of express how I felt. I was just trying to correct everybody's logic in in the space, right? But I don't disagree with you there. Like, and I'll go back to the night we beat Dallas, right? Now, there was a lot that we originally had to play for that night before we lost to Tennessee, right?
Mhm.
We could have been sewing up the division on that game. We could have been almost locking in the top seed that game in the same night. You know what I mean? A lot of things we had to play for before we lost to Tennessee. And I was quite upset with that. And the fact that now what it didn't dawn on me was, and because I don't sometimes I miss stuff too, but when the clock hit zero against Dallas, uh, and they put up on the jumbotron that we had clinched the playoffs, and I thought, oh yeah, that's right. There was something to clinch tonight, even though it was not like And I felt this overwhelming sense of pride that we had at least accomplished something that hadn't been done in a
Mhm.
long time. To see clinched playoff berth come across the jumbotron was absolutely still enjoyable and something to be celebrated. So I didn't want that to get confused in the melee that was that Twitter space. You know what I mean?
Right, and
And
I'm sure you guys are going to be there. Unfortunately, I'm here in North Carolina. Well, not unfortunately, I chose to retire here. But when y'all see that AFC's champions, man, y'all take a. I don't drink. Have a Perrier for me because I'm telling you, I know it's going to be crazy in that stadium to beat Buffalo. I don't care if about 3 points, 50 points,
yo,
long as we get
I'm
it
gonna have
done.
to drop merch. Like I'm still trying to figure out how to do merch and stuff, but I'm gonna start having to drop merch. And if that ends up being my first Your Miami Dolphins 2023-2024 AFC East Division champs, man, I'm gonna freaking cry. I know I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna be there. And I'm gonna cry. I know I'm gonna cry. Either way, whatever happens, I'm crying because either I'm gonna be pissed as that we
Right.
lost the championship, or I'm gonna be crying so much the tears of joy because we won. You know what I mean? So either way, tears will be coming from his fans
Now, I
to
also
beat
would
us.
agree that there is no more fitting a way to do it than beating the particular opponent we have this week.
Yeah, I mean
Absolutely.
it will be. I can't lie. Doing the Cowboys, there's a video of
Thank you, DTA.
an old man like staring at the TV, then he goes on his knees and cry. That was me because I hate the Cowboys, but it's gonna be worse for the Bills because I'm just sick of them. I'm going back to the '90s. I'm talking about Dan Marino. I'm talking about Brian Cox with the middle finger. I was a
Gross.
little girl watching those games, so
Yeah, I'm
it
with you
was
on
me.
that. We got that was unfinished
Was
business,
it?
Nene, in my book. I'm still
Was
left
it?
off from there, just like you. Like, okay, now we're picking it back up, right?
Yeah, like I was too tiny. Like literally, I'm talking like I was crawling in those times. So I wasn't even born when Marino got drafted. So or played practically half his career. But for me personally, that's why Jason Taylor's my guy because that's who I grew up watching. You know what I mean? But to be able to finally see us clinch and win the division, you know what I mean, since 2008. And it wasn't because I know a lot of people are going to say, oh, you only won it because Brady was out. And you know what? Who cares? We still won it then. You know what I mean? And then
That's
for us to
right.
win it now,
They were still an
oh,
11
you
and
only
5
won it
football
because
team.
Aaron Rodgers got hurt. Who cares? I wasn't gone in 60 seconds. He was. That's his problem. And if we win, heck yeah, I'm gonna take this win. Are you kidding me? But yeah, this is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be insane. Like no
I
one's
mean, the
sleeping that day.
Patriots
Like
were
nobody's
still an
sleeping that
11
day.
and 5 football team that year. People
But
forget that.
but you know what's Miss Fans? What's funny about what you said about basically knocking it down due to injury? Nobody gives us that for Tua being out. You don't hear them say, "Oh, they only won because Tua didn't play like last season, right?" If we would have had him in that stretch,
Hey, stop
nobody
speaking
says
truth.
that.
Kenny. Stop speaking truths. But you're right. Like this, nobody does. Nobody does. It's too much, and they can't handle it when we say that either. That's the part that's frustrating. It's like no, it goes both ways. You know what I mean? It goes both ways. But you're right. You're 100% right. Like, and this is gonna be insane, Nene. Like this gonna be like crazy. So, real quick before we move forward, we gotta finish the Cowboys Commanders games. You said 33. What color was your Cowboys pick?
Oh, 33 to 3.
I can't believe you said that.
Yeah,
I'm
I,
gonna go
I
in
just keep picking
31.
these blowouts because it's like the last game of the season, and it's like that's what ends up happening. Like everybody
Fine.
gets either
9.
blown out or
31
16 to
9.
9.
Okay, but now that we got the Cowboys, I think that's the last game that we have to do in the Pickems besides the Dolphins game, right? Let me
Right?
make sure I put everything in
Are we
here.
doing impact players before Dolphins game time?
We probably should run it. So
we
we
teasing them
both picked
even
the
longer
Packers.
and stretching the tease there.
I know, right? I know, right? You know what?
I don't even
Fine,
know
let's
what to
run
do
through
about
the
this
impact
game.
players. So, Nene, you're new to the show here, so let me explain this segment before we get into the Dolphins game because we're gonna go in on this Dolphins game. Our impact player segment. This is season 2 of League Wide Wednesday, and what we do in this segment is we talk about in each position the most impactful player in that position throughout the entire league for that week. So, your most impactful QB, who do you think is going to be out of all these QBs playing on Sunday? Same thing for running back, wide receiver, tight end. And we do two defenses because typically we almost always pick Dolphins. So, we need to pick a second one. Um, so yeah, I'm already out of putting in Dolphins for our first ones. You know what I mean? So we're gonna have to pick our
Yeah,
second
because
one that we didn't.
the defense for us always has to be impactful for us to win. Like when we win,
Exactly.
it's always because our defense is impactful.
Exactly.
So that's
So
why we always
example,
pick them.
literally. Example, he picked Joe Mixon. He's been picking Joe Mixon now for the last 10 weeks. Literally. So that's his most impactful out of all running backs. Joe Mixon. For me, most are playing or not.
We still don't
Because
know.
we still don't know. So I'm gonna put Mostert 8. I'm gonna go with 8 chain then.
I mean, I was
That's
gonna
gonna
say
have to
you
be
wouldn't
my
be bad
most.
off with the other guy, no
Yeah,
doubt.
I'm gonna have to put him because that would be crazy. But who would be your
And
impact
Nene, and Nene, one other
running back?
thing, we also know that sometimes a team loses, but when we evaluate our picks next week, we take into consideration, for instance, if I would have picked Achan last week, I would have still gotten credit for picking the most impactful player to his team because obviously the only production we got was from Achan. Otherwise, we'd have been shut out. So he was the most impactful running back for his team, you could argue. You see what I'm saying? Even though we
Hmm.
lost. So
Right.
don't
Yeah.
think of it as wins and losses so much as who do you think is going to most impact his team and whatever they do.
But the purpose is for a win. You know what I mean? Very
Yeah, of
seldomly
course,
does a loser
generally
get to
speaking, of course, it
get the
still
W for
remains that
that. You know what I mean?
obviously. Right.
Because the point is to win a game. You know what I mean? We don't. I think we established stats don't matter if you're losing games. You know what I mean? So, who do you think is your most impactful QB out of all the QBs playing, all 32 QBs? Who needs to be the most impactful QB for their game to be able to win that game, especially on the significance of the game, so on and so forth?
I got Tua. Um,
I was gonna, I was gonna say the same thing too, man.
I
Tua
mean,
has
because
to be.
being honest, even though we debated about hard knocks editing those interceptions, um, those interceptions are real, and this is another moment where Tua has to not just naysayers, but even people that believe in him,
Yep.
right? He has to go out there and he's gonna have to outperform Josh Allen because, like, let's be honest, what Lamar Jackson did. This should be. I want him to get some Michael Jordan blood in him. This got to be personal, and he got to go out there and be the best in the whole NFL. Because I'm just gonna be real. A lot of the other guys that have taken care of business, they're resting. So he has a lot to play for. I'm going with Tua.
Exactly.
And he
And
could.
I'm gonna have to
He.
third it. I'm gonna have to go right with you guys.
Okay, I
And
agree.
everybody around here knows we don't always pick Tua. This is a real deal case where look, people, it's
Exactly.
up to our quarterback this week. And so league wide, yeah, he has to be the most impactful player on his team.
I mean, no other, realistically speaking, no other head-to-head game is division game. You know, you still got Jags who can still solidify their win and their division win with their win, but no head-to-head is like
Right.
this.
I
There's
mean,
no other game head-to-head like this.
you could argue CJ Stroud, but they don't have as much near as much on the line as we do as a fan base. It's just everything involved, level of the game,
What's
if
up, Armin?
yeah, it still has to be Tua.
Agreed. It's still got to be Tua. Oh, I had
We
somebody
lose,
in the
Nene.
background. I don't know if that. I think we lost Nene. Yeah, Nene. Okay, she back. She back. Ooh. And now she's back from outer
Yeah, I'm
space.
sorry. Something happened with my phone, but yeah,
I was
Tua.
like, what happened there? Yeah, we gotta get that piece. What can Tua see? Whatever he needs to see to get to make this happen. So to me, I think I have to agree, based on the significance of this game and this last week, he has to be the most impactful quarterback out of all quarterbacks playing this week to make it, interesting like this. And you know what? Another backup that I would say, and I have to agree with Hooked Up Joe and with G, is Hurts. You know, if I had to pick a backup quarterback, it's because Hurts, man, they gotta win. But even if they win, ladies and gentlemen, we already showed you that because they have 5 losses, all Dallas has to do is win their game versus the Commanders. And let's be honest, they're winning their game versus the Commanders. So essentially, the Eagles played themselves out of the number 2 overall. So
Well,
I can see
well,
why you
Miss
pick
Miss
Hurts.
Spence, I push back
Uh,
on that one. Remember, it's a divisional game, and the Cowboys are the Cowboys.
you don't know why?
That's a divisional game, so
Ooh, I
sometimes you
can't
get.
even argue that.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely hate the Cowboys, but if I'm honest,
Same.
that Dallas Washington game is usually pretty feisty. It's pretty close. And you know what? Washington, what does Washington have to play for? They could be the spoilers. They can go out there and be free.
Weren't we the spoilers to 2017? The last time Brady was there as a Patriot, last go around for the Super Bowl run. And guess what? He knew these flipping Dolphins. And we knew it was for them, it was win and get the first seed or lose and go into the wild card round, and we knew it too, and we absolutely beat him on the last game he ever played here versus Miami. And guess what? They lost the Super Bowl. They didn't even lose it. They didn't even make it to the Super Bowl. So yeah, that was golden. So we know a thing or two about being spoilers. So you're right. I can't. You're right. So Hurts, I can see why Hurts would be another one that you can pick because regardless, they have to win. The Eagles have to win, and then hope that Commanders can do that upset.
But given their
For
quality
them to get that second.
given each of those teams quality opponents, though, they can win other ways besides an impactful performance by their quarterback. I think we're checked right now. I think they've got our king cornered, and our only way out is our quarterback. That's how I feel.
Ooh, that's a good analysis. And you know me, I love chess. So I'm right there with you. Okay, well, you know what? Let's get her done. Let's move on to running back Nene. Like I said, Color has Joe Mixon. I have Achan. Who do you have as your running back? Most impactful. I don't remember. It's the entire league. So which running back do you think has to be the most impactful? And it's okay to pick Dolphins players. I also like to give that caveat too. It's
Well,
okay for
I
me.
am going for somebody that I want to help us out. Najee Harris, Pittsburgh
Ooh,
Steelers.
let's get it, Najee. That's what I'm talking about.
Because
I agree.
I think the Steelers situation at quarterback is one thing, and we want to keep Buffalo on the outside looking in. So if Najee has one of those games, nothing against the Dolphins, I already got a Dolphins pick. I'm going with Najee Harris to help keep Buffalo in
Mm-mm.
northwest New York.
I like it. I like it.
AKA Canada. Uh, okay, go Steelers. Exactly. Trust me, the Dolphin fans are rooting for Steeler Nation because we don't want to see. Not that we don't care about facing them in the playoffs. That's not it. It's just we can't stand the Bills so much that we don't. We want to be put that nail in that coffin. You know what I mean? So why not? I like that. I like that. Let's go wide receiver. So color. Who do you guys your most impactful wide receiver for this
uh,
game? Ooh, that's a good one. You gave me a good one. I
Probably
have
gonna
to
have to be CD Lamb.
CD Lamb. Ooh, okay, that's a good one. Ooh, what about you, Nene? Who are you thinking? Cause I got two. I'm thinking of.
Not trying to be too. I think I'm gonna say Tyreek Hill because those drops, people are starting to ask some questions about him dropping his ball. And let's be honest, some a lot of our success comes from the greatness of Tyreek Hill. So I'm going with Tyreek Hill. I know he's nursing an ankle, and then he had the
Ankle,
situation with
yeah.
his house. But I just think that we need his fire and his energy. He provides so much to the team. So I'm going with Tyreek Hill for Dolphin reasons, and I think the league
Mm,
because he has had a lot of drops. It seems like when that record became like a real conversation, I don't know if he put so much pressure on himself, but he start dropping the ball when we normally don't see Tyreek Hill
probably.
drop the ball like that.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'm gonna go with the other game that Dolphins are gonna be looking at closely. That's gonna be the Jaguars game, and I'm gonna go with Calvin Ridley as my wide receiver. I think that he will need to go off, help out his quarterback, and help out the team get over it. You know what I mean? Because they're going to be playing the Titans. It's a divisional game, so you know divisional games regardless are going to be hard. But I think that with him having a good performance, especially since they're missing Christian Kirk, he was out for the season a few weeks ago. Calvin really can step up to the plate and really assist them in that offense. Then I think that Jaguars defense has more than enough to take care of the Titans, and the Titans are a hot mess right now. And I think that Jaguars definitely have something to play for, which is to lock up that divisional win, and they want to have be back to back divisional winners. So with so much on the line, I think Calvin Ridley will be my wide receiver for the Jags. So
I
that's who
agree.
I have. How about Thank you for that. Thank you. How about tight ends? Who do we got for tight ends? Go ahead, Nene. Who do you think is the tight end overall in this, out of all the teams? Will need to come out with a bang to really be the most impactful and get that win for their team.
Ooh, that's interesting because I'm always thinking about our Dolphins when I make these decisions. Come back to
Mm.
me because I need to ponder on that one a little
Okay,
bit.
okay.
Well, you can
Color.
you can follow right along with me, Nene, because my guy is Durham Smythe, and not so much because of him himself. I believe in him, but this is more of a how impactful can our coach be? Because we have
Ooh.
got to get these guys used. And I really believe if we were to utilize Durham Smythe the way most teams do, he would have a huge impact on this game coming up. And it'd have to be him, you know, for me this week. I mean, you could say other. It's just also because the game is so impactful in and of itself. We're gonna find a lot of players from from our team that need to be impactful. I could also say the same thing about their tight end, because they tend to use him. But Durham Smythe, it has to be Durham Smythe for me.
I like it
Okay.
because you're spot on. The Cowboys game, what gets overlooked is that we went to him a lot in that Cowboys game, especially in that final drive to get Jason Sanders in position to
Five for
kick.
five on the night.
So yeah, I mean, I was trying to look at somebody else, but it not sound like a homer. But I need Coach McDaniel to scheme something up for the tight end. I don't understand why he doesn't do it.
I agree. I agree. And Tuathon. Who do we got here? Is that the infamous Miss Finsanity?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me. To
It's
a thought.
me.
It's me.
Good
Tuathon.
evening, Vinsanity.
Hey, Culler, how are you? It's amazing to be on the stream with you. You're like one of my favorites. So
Oh, likewise, likewise.
thank you. I
Much respect.
appreciate it.
She tells me all the time this is her favorite show because you're
It
in it.
is.
And I'm like,
It is.
thanks. It's not like I have a morning show or nothing.
Mhm.
But
I don't. Listen, I may miss the morning show, but I don't miss League Life and Six with color commentary. It's just natural for me on a Wednesday night to just listen to you two. Okay, let's go. What are you guys talking about? I just got finished washing
okay, so
dishes.
Finsanity, we're gonna bring you into this because we got Nene into this too. So we're doing our impact player segment before we get into the Dolphins Bills game. And
Mhm.
right now, we're picking who is gonna be our most impactful quarterback, running back, wide
Mhm.
receiver, tight end, our defense, which we typically almost always pick Dolphins, and then we
Mhm.
got a second defense because we're trying not to be super homers. So, who out of all 32 QBs playing this week, which is gotta have to be the most impactful for their team to help them get that win?
To help them get the win.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. So let's take out because I mean a lot of them are sitting, right? Um, so we're talking about a win, a win.
Yeah, I want to focus on the win because there's so many implications of Week 18.
Mhm.
Between the playoff sittings and stuff. So let's go
Okay,
with the win.
I'm going to have to say if you're talking about a win and in a situation in a scenario, has Jacksonville clinched yet? They didn't clinch, right?
No, they have to clinch. They
Give
have
me
to
Trevor.
clinch.
Give me Trevor Lawrence.
Ooh.
Give me Big Trev. I mean, they were a
Okay.
team that was, at the 2 seed, and then he gets injured on a primetime game, and ever since then, like now they're fighting for the division. So give me Big Trev, and you're going up against, I believe, a Mike Vrabel. His defense is going to be out there hungry. I mean,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
thought that we
they're
would
gonna
be
play
able.
Hmm.
nasty for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, the
That is
Titans
true.
have nothing to lose. They can. It's their last game. They can put it all out there, and you get a chance to send your division rival home and kill their dream. So Trevor Lawrence is going to have a day, but I think he can with the weapons that he has. He has the Travis Etienne out there. Christian is Christian Kirk back? I don't know if Christian. I know last time I saw
No,
him he
he's
was
not.
hurt.
He's out for
He's
the
not back.
season.
Ooh, so then you got
Yeah.
Calvin Ridley, Evan Ingram. So yeah,
Hmm.
he's going to have a day against a Mike Variable led defense and the guy that could be going for it on fourth downs, could be going for it, in miscellaneous like situations, onside kicks and just throw it all out there. Throw your whole playbook out there, and you're gonna have to go up against that, for the division. So it gets no bigger than that to me right now.
Yeah, which is another reason why I picked Calvin Ridley as
Hmm.
my most impactful wide receiver because of
Hmm.
that exact same reason. They have to clinch, and they know they want to be back to back,
Yeah,
divisional winners. And right
likewise,
now, he
likewise,
has.
ETN would have been a good choice at running back.
Oh,
Oh
agreed,
yeah.
agreed. Because right now they don't have Kirk, and Kirk was their number one weapon. So Calvin Ridley has to step up to the play, and that's why I picked them. So you
Roll
picking
Tide.
Trevor?
I'm picking. I'm
Wholeheartedly
picking.
agree.
I'm picking Trevor. Even though Tua, I mean, we have a big game ourselves. Um, I think the way you beat Buffalo is by running the ball. So to me, I'm looking to see who's going to be out there in our, running back room. But I feel like I know we try to give a more balanced approach, but you gotta, use, the clock, and you gotta keep Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs and Gabe and James Cook and all those guys on the sideline. So I'm more interested in seeing how we utilize our rushing attack because we have a really good, running back core when they're healthy. So we'll see who's out there.
It's true. So we got those as so that's a great quarterback. Who do you got as running back, and who do you got as wide receiver?
Ooh,
The
so
most
running
impactful
back.
player.
Running back, let's go to a guy who I thought would have been a Dolphin this year. I was kind of hoping he might have been a Dolphin this year. The Colts have a big game too, so if we're going big game, big moments, give me the power back known as Jonathan Taylor, one of the guys who just a couple
Mm,
years ago led the league in rushing, and is probably one of the
good
freshest
one.
running backs
That's a good one.
out here because he hasn't played. He didn't play in the beginning of the season. Then he got injured when he came back. He was out for that. So he has the freshest legs. So if anyone has a chance, to run through their opponent, who did the Colts play? They play a division opponent. Who's out in the South? So
Yeah, they do
Jacksonville,
Texans.
Tennessee.
Texans.
Yeah,
Texans.
you have. Oh my gosh, that's another D'Amico. Listen, I don't think we're giving D'Amico Ryans enough credit for what the coaching job that he's done with a rookie quarterback
Agreed.
and the young talent, and now they're also potentially playing for the division. Like, let's give that man, because everyone thought the Texans were a dead franchise. You lose Deshaun, you're in all this chaos and turmoil, and here you go, a year removed of being the worst team in the league, and you're out here
Literally.
fighting for the division, maybe going to the playoffs, and at one time, when your team was healthy, was one of the hottest teams in AFC, quietly with the likes of Nico and Noah Brown and Tank Dell and all that. And it wasn't even the running game of Devin Singletary and Damian Pierce. It was this young CJ Stroud out here lighting the league. So give me Jonathan Taylor as the running back, even though I've seen D'Amico's defense stop the run really well. I mean, he stopped ETN, I believe, from the 1 yard line 4 times in a row going into
Hmm.
halftime. So Jonathan Taylor's going to have a day. I think Indianapolis's wide receiving core is kind of banged up. I think Michael Pittman is back and all that, but they are going to have to be led by the legs of Jonathan Taylor. If there was ever a time for him to show up, it would be today,
This one.
like that day.
I like that. I like that. And for your wide receiver, who do you got?
Okay, so I'm going back to the well. Okay, I'm going back to the well of a player who was very impactful in the beginning of the season, had one of the longest streaks for 100 receiving yards a game. And granted, you're not really playing for anything necessarily because, I mean, the division, but you're also maybe playing for playoff seeding. This team has struggled, but I feel like if this team is going to get back on track, they need A.J. Brown to be A.J. Brown. And I mean, that starts with Jalen Hurts,
That was gonna be
being
my second
committed
pick.
to getting him the ball.
Ooh,
But
that's a
AJ
good
Brown,
one.
especially going into the playoffs, you could potentially be going on the road in the playoffs. You need to reignite that relationship with AJ
Yeah.
Brown and Jalen Hurts because last year it was so dynamic, it was so explosive. I'm saying, like, I haven't seen the deep passes to AJ Brown. I mean, I live, close to the Philadelphia area, and that's the one thing I tell them, like, where are the deep shots to AJ? A lot of them are going to Devontae, but like, you gotta use it as a threat and as a weapon. So I would like to say, even I mean, Philly's already in the playoffs, but just for the morale and the chemistry going forward, and
Mhm.
just so teams are even more aware, this was a guy, I think it was like maybe like I know at least 7 game stretch. He was averaging over 100 yards a game,
And in
and
two
what?
games, he had over 200 yards too.
Yes,
It was insane.
yes, and where has that been? So I would have to say, just for the fact that we're getting into the playoffs and he's going to be one of the most important weapons, especially in a very tough NFC
Hmm.
conference. AJ Brown is going to have to be that receiver, again. So yeah, I'm going with AJ.
I like that.
Yeah,
I
that
like
was
Hmm.
going to be
that.
my second choice. That's a really good one. He's a big
That's
body
good.
I
guy.
feel
He's,
accomplished. I'm
his
picking
hands
Culler
are
second
great.
pick.
You just got if you're getting the ball to AJ Brown in open space, you're doing good. That's
Hmm.
basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So right now we're gonna get to the tight ends. Color already gave me his in Durham Smythe.
Hmm.
Let's do Nene. Who do you got as your tight end? Again, it don't matter who it is. It could be a Dolphin or it could be someone else. But who do you think is gonna be the most impactful tight end? Um, Nene. So that way, we get what you think.
I'm going with Cutler's choice because again, this is we're getting ready to go into the playoffs, and one of my issues with the Miami Dolphins is at some point of the season, other teams figured out all of the motion and the window dressing and all of the stuff that Mike McDaniel did. Especially, there's so much tape from that Denver Broncos game. But to one of the things that I frustrates me with Mike McDaniel is the use of that safety valve. The because some of the teams dare us
Or
essentially
lack
to
of
go,
use.
yeah, dares us to use the middle of the field or use those tight ends. So I'm gonna go with Color Spent, the homer pick, Durham Spike. I need him to show up and show out so we can send Buffalo back to Northwest New York.
Like it. I like that. What about you, Finsanity?
First of all, let me say I'm highly impressed with this Nene person. I've never, heard this person
Oh,
speak
is this your
before.
first time ever meeting
This is
Nene?
my
Hi,
first
Nene.
time. Hi,
This is
Nene. Welcome.
Finsanity. Finsanity. This is Nene. Nene, just so you know, Finsanity is a quadruple OG. She started it
No.
all. She is the two and year creator herself. She literally coined the phrase two and year. It had never existed until she created. You found her with TD, and back in the day, I'm talking like back in the day Tuesday night panels, like literally the leading lady, the absolute go, Finsanity. This is her. 100%. And
Stop.
Finsanity Nene, it's a veteran, a retired, a phenomenal Dolphin fan for like 300 years. And honestly, she's a wealth of knowledge. And the thing is, she's got inside information too because she's lived with most of the players in the NFL or nearby growing up because they're mostly from South Florida, and that's where she's from. So there you go, ladies. You're
Wait.
welcome.
Nene was in the service.
Yeah, so I
Yes,
was in
ma'am.
the army for
Yes,
21
ma'am.
years.
Oh,
One
thank
of
you for
the
your service.
highlights of my career is that at one point I was considered one of the best chefs in the world, and I cooked for President Obama in 2013. I am retired in North Carolina because I need 12 hours notice both ways if my family is coming to see me. I have family in New York, in Philly, and in Miami. And I just need to be in the center of the universe to know how much time I got before they come to my house. So, no,
Wow.
all jokes aside, I love North Carolina, and I am currently in law school and divinity school at Campbell University,
Oh, that's
working on my
awesome. Much respect to you. Oh my gosh.
yeah,
Congratulations.
and I am not a tourineur. I hold him accountable in a different way.
She's an objective Dolphin fan. She's an
Oh.
objective Dolphin fan because she holds the team accountable and
Mm,
she critiques all 53, including coaching.
mm.
Not a blind, to an ear like some
And
people.
to her point, I went to Miami Central Senior High School, and that developed some people you may have heard of: Willis McGahee, Devontae Freeman, a guy that we're playing on Sunday, James Cook. I hate to see him on that other side, and his brother Dalvin. And I know all of those guys personally because I either grew up with them or when I come back home because we have been state championships like 8 out of the last 10 years. So yeah, that's the connection with being from Miami.
And by the way, Nene, you have the honor of actually having the chance to meet the one, the only person who coined the term two in ear.
That's not that big compared to her. My no. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
And that
she.
is
I'm
insanity.
more
I'm
more.
serious, yo. She
Well,
started the
The
movement.
actual
I
one
seen
that
her in
coined the
y'all.
term, but people don't know it. A lot of like you'd ask 90% of the people out there, they don't have no clue. It was this woman right here that
She's the
coined the
literal
term.
goat. Insanity, right there. Literal goat, right there. Don't let her lie to you.
Can
She
I
is
get to my tight end?
way too much
Can I
knowledge
get,
in that head. I'm
stop.
telling
Can I
you.
get to my tight end? Um, so the tight end that I'm going with, let's go to a guy who needs to step up. I mean, I don't want them to step up. I mean, I like the way that this team is underperforming this year, better than most fans. Travis Kelsey, the Kansas City Chiefs are on the ropes, and
Mm,
everyone is circling, and they look like maybe a first round exit team right now. Patrick Holmes is, struggling to get receivers going. I've watched the Kansas City games. You got Travis Kelsey out here dropping passes now too, which is something we don't normally expect. Travis Kelsey, if the Kansas City Chiefs are going to even win a game in the playoffs, Travis Kelsey has to be that go-to guy and that Mr. Reliable, Mr. Dependable that Patrick Mahomes can go to. So I'm going to go with Travis Kelsey because a lot is on the line for them as far as potential seeding. They, I don't think they can get to the two. They might be able to, depending on what's in there. I have to look at the records and stuff like that. But yeah, that chemistry, that connection has to, that spark has to get back. Where Kansas City is, needless to say, dead because I don't think Rasheed
Yeah.
Rice is that receiver enough to where that gets it done against the likes of um, any of potentially the wild card teams. We already saw Buffalo beat them in Arrowhead, and now we could potentially be seeing um, maybe even us having to go there. And I think with the way that they're playing right now, round two, we might be able to get them. So Travis Kelsey's my
Yeah.
tight end. Are
I
you
like
writing this down?
that.
Because I really want to know
Yes,
how
no,
how I
straight
did.
up. Like I'm gonna, if people don't think here, I'm gonna because I don't know. I guess, and most of you guys know I like to keep receipts. But yeah, I'm gonna show you right now. I absolutely do because for me, I've got a what do you call it? Let me pull it
I
here.
I see me. I
Window.
have to pick. I have to pick the stars of the stars. Like I
Here it
have to pick
is.
the. You know.
People don't think I picked it, but yeah, I've got. Listen, I keep
I don't.
all these.
Can you didn't. Oh my.
Yep, I got them. They're all here,
The
every
master of
single one of
Excel.
them. So
Yep.
no, I'm actually not. I gotta get better at it, but definitely love to keep that. What's up, Tatiana? She's the wife of Bobby Finstock. Yeah, I know. Everybody thinks of Taylor Swift and they think of what's his name, but it's okay. I still love her. I'm a Swiftie. But I will tell you this though. Kansas City has already clinched the third overall spot, so they can't go any higher. They could only do the third seat, whether they
So they
win or
can't drop. They
lose.
can't drop the four either, right?
Nope, they can't. They are stuck in third. That's the
Hmm.
three positions that are already set are 1, 3, and 5. One
One
Ravens,
for.
three Kansas City, and five the Browns. The only two that are flexed are
Mm-hmm.
4 and 2 with us and Bills for the two, and then Texans, Colts, and Jags for the fourth,
Four.
and then obviously
Six.
whoever
Yeah.
doesn't will have an opportunity at seventh. So that's how it runs. Now
Oh,
for me,
so. Hmm.
yeah, it's gonna be good.
Um,
What's up?
so is Kansas City playing their starters then? I don't think they would play their starters then.
They are playing the Chargers. I don't think they're gonna. And the Chargers are at home. They are favored right now this
Well, I
season.
do. I want to say I do reserve the right to change my pick. If Travis Kelsey sits out, I will text you.
Okay, text me because then that's
Okay.
fine. That's no problem at all. I do think
Okay.
that they will sit him because Chargers aren't playing for nothing. Obviously, I mean Kansas City isn't playing for anything. Neither are the Chargers. So I will hold you. I'll give you that out. That's no problem at all. But for me personally, as far as tight end in a game that will impact them, I think this is somebody that needs to be what do you call it? and I'm gonna have to go back on it. And I'm gonna Pat Fryermuth, man. The Steelers don't got an easy game. I know they're gonna be playing backups versus Baltimore, but we've seen Baltimore even with their backups, they're good. And that's a highly good divisional game that's going to be even with the Baltimore backups because they already said essentially they're sitting their backups, and Pittsburgh needs this game to get in. Obviously,
Mhm.
they need other things to happen too. They need us to win
Mhm.
in order for them to get in there, and either Texans or Colts or whatever. But they absolutely need us to win, and they need to win. So I'm gonna go with Pat Fryermuth from the Steelers as far as my tight end. I can never get his name.
That was actually my second choice, but I don't trust Mason Rudolph.
What? Are you
I don't
kidding
trust.
me?
I don't trust Mason. I don't trust Mason.
Mm,
That's why I liked. Who
no,
said Najee? I
I
think it
think
was
he's
Nene who said Najee. That's why I like that
Nene
pick.
Say Najee. Yeah.
That's
Najee
why.
Harris.
That's why I like that pick for her. Like when she said that, I was like, oh, okay. Pick my fantasy running back. Why don't you? Segue.
Speaking of fantasy, congratulations, man. Which I was gonna ask you. I need you tomorrow so that we can crown you. So if you got a few minutes in the morning to spare, I'd like to crown you live. You know what I mean? So definitely, but
No.
you'll let me know. Let me know if you can or not. Hopefully you can, because
I'll
that'd be a
do
lot
it
of fun.
because I'll do it in the spirit of fun. But please understand that I'm gonna be talking about Ish because this was a crazy, crazy leap to
And
win
this
this
is
year.
exactly why I needed you live because I knew you had so
Because
much to say.
everybody in the league getting it.
I know.
Everybody.
Everybody's getting. We'll save it for tomorrow's show because trust me, I was already seeing that. So that trust me,
Oh,
we'll we'll get
yeah.
that for tomorrow. It's
Y'all
gonna
want to
be a
see
little.
some fireworks? Please be
Ooh,
live tomorrow because a lot of
be like,
people
I'm gonna do a whole thumbnail, man. I got you.
I'm calling out all the BS I had to go through to win this league this year.
Okay, hey, but you got it. You got it. So
Of course,
congrats.
because
So
God got me.
exactly. Yes, yes, he does. Absolutely. So now we go into our first and second defense. So first defense, the reason why we have two different defenses is because we always expect our defense having to be the most impactful in order for our team to win. So Color and I already picked the Dolphins as our first defense. Now we got to pick our second defense, but you guys can pick two different defenses. Doesn't have to be Dolphins defenses. So let's start with Nene. Give me your first defense, and then give me your second defense.
Well, obviously, my first defense has to be my own Miami Dolphins.
Exactly.
You got a 50 burger put on you. You were embarrassed on national TV twice. Hard Knocks being the second, and I just, with the injuries, I have this saying: no one cares. You still got to go out there and play. So, Vic
I'd say next
Fangio,
man up.
Vic Fangio, he has to prove to me, I'm gonna say me, but Dolphin fans that he can get out of his stubborn ways and actually blitz somebody. And I'm curious to see what kind of adjustments he's gonna put on the field. And hopefully one of them is not named Eli Apple. So the first choice would be the Miami Dolphins defense.
I
The
like
second choice I was going back and forth because I didn't know if we were going by players because I need both
overall defense.
I need both the Jaguars and Pittsburgh to pull off
I'll give you a
W's.
third one. I'll give you both. Fine. I'll give you your second and third. Steelers and Jags.
Yeah, I need
Okay.
that because I need from the Jags. I need my guy, a former University of Miami player that is impactful to help out Sunshine there over there in
Who's that? Who's that?
Rayshawn Jenkins. He was one of the ones that picked off our good old guy Justin Herbert last year multiple times. So I'm rooting for him secretly. And then for Pittsburgh, I have one individual that we all should know. Landon Roberts. I need him to show up and show out from the linebacker position for Pittsburgh to solidify Buffalo staying in Western New York. You see how I keep ending with that. I have a friend that is from there, and I need them to lose.
I love that. I love that. Okay, so let's go with Color since since we have, Nene with her second and third, give me your two other, because I know we both went Dolphins first. So give me your second and third.
Oh, we're going three
Um,
now. All right, I'll
we're
go.
going three. Hey, it's week 18, baby. Let's go.
I'll go the Cowboys. Their defense has to show up, and I'll
Okay.
also go Eagles. I mean, got to stave off a division opponent in the Giants that will likely be coming after you. So yeah,
Ooh, I
Eagles and
like
Giants.
that.
I mean, Eagles
Uh,
and Cowboys.
Eagles and Cowboys. So you got Dolphins, Cowboys, Eagles. Nene's got Dolphins, Steelers, Jags. So Vincenity, who do you got? Who's your first defense, second, and third defense that have to be most impactful
You know,
this weekend?
what's crazy? I get to steal one from two of these amazing panelists. Definitely Pittsburgh, right?
Okay.
You're playing for a shot at the playoffs. I mean, you need a little bit of help to get in, but ever since they have changed offensive coordinators, that offense has been putting up more yards, and looking way better and more productive.
Way
But
better.
that defense is, I mean, that's still the Ravens' offense, right? And it's still a rivalry. So come come through, TJ, like let's get some sacks. Let's go. Like be the Pittsburgh defense that we know of old. One time for one time, for Mike Tomlin, just for you, just to give yourself a chance. I mean, you gotta wait till the night game to see what the Dolphins and Bills do, but at least make it interesting. At least make it, like where it has to be the Bills have to win or something like that. And then my other one would have to be the Eagles. Taking that one from Culler, they started off, fairly strong, but they faltered as of recently. They don't, the team looks, very shaky right now. I'm very close to a Eagles fan, and it was crazy because as we were watching the game together while also watching the Dolphins game, they said the Eagles were about to blow the lead, and I'm like, what? I'm like, nah. They were like, I know my team. So after blowing a particular lead at home, where you could potentially, be at the top of your division, now you are faltering. You've lost what, 5 in a row, and that defense needs to
Five.
show up. So give me the Eagles defense.
Well, four in a row, but yeah, five
Four,
overall.
5 year.
So that's, yeah, they have to, because this is the thing. Cowboys win, and no matter if they win or lose the Eagles, they're gonna be fifth no matter what. So they went from being number one overall in NFC practically for more than half the season, because obviously the other half they were really battling with the Niners, and like one time with Cowboys, to now, yeah, you have to win and hope that the Cowboys lose to Washington just to get a shot at having that divisional win. That's the only way. So I know Eagles fans are going to be rooting for Washington, because that's the only shot. They have to take care of the Giants, the Eagles, and then have to wish upon a star that Washington actually gets that win. So okay, and who's your third? Who's your third defense? Because we're doing three. So you got Eagles, you got Steelers. Who you got?
On third defense, I mean, you can go a lot of places. I guess I will put my Homer hat on. You gotta do something about this Josh Allen problem. Because
Right?
he has been a problem, you know, for us the last, I mean, since I can remember. Um and yeah, and Vic, I mean, what we're not getting, that, what you expected and what you got versus, thing. We are in a
Hmm.
situation right now where we are not getting what we thought we bought and what we thought we were bringing in here. And to hear the safeties literally talk about how on Hard Knocks, how like, yeah, it's a very complicated system, but once you figure it out, everything seems easy. And yeah, you were feeling yourselves, weren't you? And then you just got out there, and it was just hilarious to literally watch the defense get dismantled after that whole little, powwow and
That
dinner
kumbaya.
between the safeties.
Say
Where
it,
where
lady. Say it.
where was the know-how when Zay Flowers was flying over your head? Where was the know-how when it just seemed like bomb after bomb after bomb? And I get it. I mean, Deshaun, I mean, I'm not disappointed in our safeties and our safety play this year. I'm not 100% disappointed in it. But what I am disappointed in is the fact that we literally saw that they were trying to air out the ball all game
all game.
and all game. I listen. It was funny because like after we scored and the pass goes, Rashad Bateman drops the pass to X. I'm like, oh, I said, oh, they're gonna attack us today. Okay, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be interesting. It got real morbid real quick. It got real dark real quick. But yeah, we gotta come back and say something after that. I mean, not all of our guys are gonna be out there. Everyone's banged up and stuff like that, but there has to be some type of fight and pride when it comes to playing against Josh Allen, especially for the division. And shout out to everyone who said they wanted the Bills to beat the Chiefs. How you like that take now? Yeah, we're gonna call it out. We need to call out a lot of these things. Oh, we're playing for the one seed. Yeah, handle your own business with the one seed when you have a Nene, because I feel like I could talk to you, Nene. You seem like a reasonable Dolphins fan. When you know how they say let lion dogs lie, like don't stir them up. Like when someone is dead, let them be dead. Let the dead speak to the dead. At the dead hand. Y'all out here talking about, oh, we want the Bills to win. You want to put life back in a team that was dead, and look where we're at now. So everyone who had every single one of those takes, shout out to you because this is why we're in the predicament. Other than the fact that we didn't handle business against the Titans that we're in now. Congratulations. This is what you get. And this
You
is
know what? I'm
why.
gonna take it.
And
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
gonna take
why.
it. I'm
And this
gonna
is
take it.
why.
I'm
And
gonna
this
take it
is
because I was
why.
one of those people, and I don't care. I don't care. I was one of those
This is
people,
why.
and yes, I wanted for the Bills to beat the Chiefs because I thought the Chiefs were a bigger threat than the Bills. And guess what? They
The
weren't.
Chiefs, the Chiefs have not looked like a threat all year. Let's be real.
Can I say something? Oh, I sound like Rashad. That guy says that all day. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
I took I took something else from that dinner conversations to Miss Finn's Sanity's point. There was a point where Javon Holland said that Vic was hard to work with, not just learning
Mhm.
it. And
Mhm.
I take that comment, Xavier Howard's comments on the podium, say what you want about Flores, but I don't never remember Xavier Howard going on the podium and calling out his DC. And then recently, Jalen Ramsey, passive aggressively said, you know who I am with the shadowing question, but that's not the defense that we run. So it gives one a question, right? And we've been saying this in spaces, who holds Vic Fangio accountable? Like at some point, I get he's experienced and his defense is actually modeled around the NFL. But if it stops winning, right? If players are having these difficulties where they like literally they looked on Sunday like they did the first couple of games. They were lost. They were all standing around like pointing, is that your man? Is that your man? And I think, and I'm older school. I'm 40 exactly. But at some point when you're managing, yes, you can have it your way, but you have to play to what you have. Right. And I just think this is going to be an interesting moment to see if Mike McDaniel had that conversation with Vic Fangio because stuff like that slipping out on national TV, I caught it. A lot of people didn't caught it. They were just looking at them sitting down eating, but Javon Holland said out of his own mouth that Vic Fangio is hard. He said it's hard, the defense, and sometimes Vic is hard. And I'm a firm believer in every joke, there's a little bit of truth, especially when you have and then obviously we haven't seen Cam Smith on the field because allegedly there's an issue between Cam Smith and Vic Fangio. I just wonder, what are we going to see on a game where you can beat your bully to take the number 2 seed the first time since 1990 exactly for 12 wins? Will Vic Fangio humble himself? Because sometimes older people can be very stubborn and stuck in their ways. And even if it doesn't work, I'm going to keep doing it my way. And I'm just curious to what you said. And I agree. I wasn't a part of that committee that wanted Buffalo to win. And here's why. There's a difference between why the dinosaur is extinct and a roach still is in people's house. They both came around the same time. You gotta kill a roach. You can't just sit there and give that roach any type of life, right? And I think when the Buffalo Bills got a little bit of life, I'm with her. Here we are. We're playing a team that can possibly celebrate a championship in our house. Wow. I
Let
land my
me
plane.
okay. Let me finish. Can I finish my last person? Holy smokes. Cause I'm out here taking bullets from set individuals. And by individual I mean one individual. But it is what it is.
It's just me. It's just me,
What
Brittany.
happened?
Go ahead. It's just me,
What happened?
Brittany.
I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't hear you. Hello?
Oh,
Hello, McFly. Hello.
Is Color still
Uh,
there? Is he laughing with his
oh
mute?
no, Color's enjoying himself. Trust me. Yeah, I know he's there. Right, Color? Yeah, he's there. Trust me. He's absolutely there. He's just giving us, some time to enjoy our ladies' night with color commentary, apparently. But my last defense that I'm gonna take is somebody that I don't think you guys are thinking of.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I stand on my square. Yeah, we needed the Bills to beat the Chiefs because remember the Chiefs are the Super Bowl champions and blah blah blah, and they were much more likely to get their ship righted than the Bills. And
See,
the fact of it is, all of that, all of me, in my case, saying that the Bills needed to beat the Chiefs was predicated on us beating the teams we should have beat, like the Tennessee Titans. Those takes were made long before we lost that debacle to the Titans. And had we not lost that debacle to the Titans, we'd be in great position right now with both the Chiefs and the Bills being in our rearview mirror.
my point to
what
that
he
is
said.
that my point to that is always more important when the team in your division loses. We had already lost to the Chiefs, but the Chiefs were already looking like cracks. I mean, teams they were talking about how the Chiefs needed help at wide receiver.
Right,
You still
right.
you still have a Pro Bowl top
But we were
quarterback
also still going for the top
and Josh.
seed at the time. This was a take based on us going for the top seed, and the best way to
We
do that
right
would have
right,
been to
but we
look.
already
But
lost that
here's the
privilege
thing.
once we lost
But
to the
here's the
Chiefs.
thing, though. If the Chiefs would have got right, there would be no way we could affect the tiebreaker.
Exactly.
But
So
with
what
the
I'm saying
Bills,
is
we can. We can
we
just
already
outright
lost
beat
our
them
shot.
this week, and it's done with for
When we
them.
already lost to the Chiefs, we lost our right to it. So now at that point, you need to focus on your division. You need to focus on winning that. Because say the Chiefs go out and win, right? There's nothing we can do about that. But what we can do something about is the Bills not being in the playoffs
But
or
that's what I'm
making it
saying.
because they were already losing. What profits us now to have the one seed? We can't get it. We can't get it. Now, granted, this is all revisionist history, but you had a Bills team that was on the ropes and ready to die. And we're saying, no, let's keep them in it. And to me, that made no sense. The Chiefs are going to be the Chiefs. They're going to win the AFC West. It is what it is. You knew that. You knew that they were going to make it. The Bills had a chance to not even be in this situation, in this
I
predicament.
understand. I
And
understand.
we're
But we
saying,
were
and we as Dolphin fans are
we were
saying, let
we
the
were
Bills win.
we
You
were
will
2
never
games ahead of them.
Okay, you will never hear an Eagles fan say, "I hope the Cowboys win a game."
1 second, color. Let her
It doesn't
finish real
matter.
quick. Let her finish
It
real quick.
doesn't even matter who it's against. You will never hear an Eagles fan say, "Oh, I want to hear I want to see the Cowboys win. I want to see the Giants win. I want to see the Commanders win." Unless it's within the division. But if they're going against another team in the conference, you never root for a team in your division. It
Nobody
makes
said
no
anything
sense.
about rooting for them.
You
I just
did.
said
You
I was
guys
Okay,
did.
indifferent to the.
but
You
when
guys
you
did
pick
though.
the Bills over
I
You
just
Kansas
said
guys
based on
City,
did.
our
You
aspirations at the
guys
time,
did.
our best. It was in our best interest. The benefit was better if the Bills would have won. I didn't say anything about rooting for them
Not in our best interest for the Bills to win.
because at the time
Because you
our
keep them
aspirations
alive
were
and you
different.
keep them alive. It's a conference win, and then you already know it's a team that you struggle to beat, and you know it's a team that you have to go against at the end. So the
We
fact that you're trying to
lost to the
push them,
Chiefs. How do we not
Exactly. We
struggle to
already
beat
lost to the
them?
Chiefs. The Chiefs got to handle their business. If the Chiefs didn't lose some of these crazy games to Denver and stuff like that, the Chiefs would be in the running for the number one seed. Once we lost to them, it was over. It was over for us.
I'm just saying we always had the ability to do what we have this week,
No
which is
one, no
put
one
them out
expected the
ourselves.
Chiefs to collapse like this. But my thing is like this: for us to sit here as Dolphin fans and say we want the big bully that's been bullying us the last couple of years to
See, I
win.
ain't like that though, Insanity. It don't matter to me who the team is. I don't follow this idea that somebody is a big bad bully.
They have been bullying us.
How? They've
Did
been
you not?
winning games. That's not bullying. We the last
Did,
four
did they did
meetings
they
with
did they
them,
not did,
the
did they
last
not
four
just beat us
meetings
by
with
double
them, the
digits
last
this
four
earlier this
meetings,
year
hold on.
when we were
The
on our
last
high
four
horse?
meetings with
When we
them,
were on our high horse and we were the number one
Hold on.
offense in the league, did the Bills not say, "Come up to Buffalo and we'll show you
I
how
don't know.
bad you
I
are"?
get
Please
I,
stop. Like I could
Hold,
see, I could,
hold on.
I could
Hold on,
see, I could
Insanity.
see we
Hold
were
on.
playing
Hold
what's
on.
the name, but like no. We know what it's been for the Bills. Like, let's not act like we are all confident that we're just going to beat the Bills this weekend. We're lucky that we've already
Hold on.
clinched a
Hold on.
spot in the playoffs because had it been reversed and we were playing to potentially get in or get knocked out, most of us right now would be sitting here saying we don't think we're making the playoffs. And if you don't think that, then you are really, really playing with fire right now with how good you think this team really is. Because we've seen the cracks and we still see them. We just said that our defense isn't living up to what's supposed to be. We're saying that teams are figuring out our offense. So please stop this. Like, if you don't think that, like right now,
okay,
I don't
I'll
think
stop
we're going
it.
to beat
I
the
haven't
Bills.
even started anything, but I'll
Okay.
stop it.
I don't think
But,
the Bills are. I don't think we're going to beat the Bills this weekend. Do you?
well, okay. Hold on. Hold on.
Then what did it ever
Pause
matter?
it. Pause it. Pause it. Finsanity. 1 second. 1 second. Because we're going to get to that game right now. Let me at least say my last defense so I can get this off my chest and get it written down. So my last defense before both of you guys get released the Kraken. Uh I personally I was gonna choose a different one, but you know what? I'm just gonna stick to what we need, which is the Jags. So I'm gonna go with the Jags as my third defense. So I got Dolphins, Steelers, Jags as my defenses. So I'm right there with Nene. I think that they're gonna have the best they need to win their division, and it's a huge game for them. So I'm gonna go with them. Now let's get to this Dolphins game. But before we do, I will say this: at the time, and I'm with Color. At the time, Chiefs just beat us. They looked like they were turning a new leaf. And yeah, I wanted the Bills to beat them. But it's not like like I picked the Bills to win, but I was okay either way. I'm like either way we win. If the Bills beat them, then that's a worse record for the Chiefs. If the Chiefs win, that's a worse record for the Bills. But last time I checked, I don't have a paycheck from the Miami Dolphins, and I can't strip on some whatever, mostly because I got twins up top, and I'm not out there on that line or in that team playing offense or defense. So because I can't do that, I could just tell you what I think this team should go up against. And guess what? Either way, I knew we were gonna win, whether it was the Bills winning or the Chiefs winning. I picked the Bills because at the time I was pissed we lost to the Chiefs, and I thought that the Bills were gonna be a lesser of a threat. And to be honest with you, both teams were lesser of a threats. Now we're just going up against them for all the marbles this Friday, ladies and gentlemen, which we have our game preview with myself, Miss Phins, and Mr. Red Riding Bills, which is going to be great. Come check it out this Friday, 8 a.m. Yes, I got to plug it in because it's a great show that we're going to have Friday morning. So come check that out as well. And thank you, everybody, for showing up for Early Web Wednesday because it's awesome. Thank you very much. Back to our regularly scheduled Awesome Fest. So, being that this game is going to be so intense, obviously, and I have such a great panel here between Nene, Finsanity, and Color. I want everybody to give me their take on this game. I'm gonna start out with the ladies first, Color, because ladies first. And I know you're a gentleman, so I'm gonna start out first with Insanity. You were the last one coming in. I'm gonna have you talk about this game. So give me right now what you think of this game Bills, Dolphin. What do you truly believe? And your score prediction, because we haven't done that either. And I'm gonna jot that puppy down too. So where do you have it right now? Who do you think it's gonna be, Dolphins or Bills? Which team do you think it's gonna win, and why?
As a fan, I have to say the Dolphins are going to win. But do I feel 100% confident in it? No, I don't. We have not really found effective ways to stop passing offenses. Look at them. It seems like teams just run crosses against us, and since we don't know how to communicate on the back end, we're getting shredded. And they have the likes of Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis, Dalton Kincaid, James Cook is coming alive. Um, I'm not confident in this game. If you would have asked me like 3 weeks ago, I was very confident. I wasn't, that impressed with Buffalo. But I mean, sometimes when a team has everything to play for, and I mean, they're going to be highly confident coming into Miami playing against us, and they don't have to play in the heat. Well, kudos to them. Congratulations. I think, like I said, if we can't run the ball and control time of possession, it's going to be very interesting. I'm not excited to watch this game. I'll be honest about it. I understand that Josh Allen, has played fairly decent against us. I know that they're coming in with a banged up defense, but nothing about Mike McDaniel gives me confidence in his coaching approach, his play calling, his game plan. We've seen so many times where it's like an obvious situation, and we're all probably screaming the same thing, whether you guys are in the stadium, me, I'm up here watching the game on TV, and it's like what are we doing here?
Yeah.
All I can do is honestly, say a prayer and hope, literally, that we play well. Tyreek's in a walking boot. ATN here's in a walking boot. X is in a walking boot. Pick a player, they're in a walking boot. Tua has a shoulder.
Everybody's in a walking
I
boot, bro.
mean, everybody's injured at this time, but you got a team who knows that they've had our number, who knows how to beat us, and yeah, we figured it out one time. That was cute. How we figured it out. Time ran out. I mean, he underthrows a guy on fourth down in the end zone who was completely wide open, and woohoo, we're out here, throwing flowers and having a parade and all that type of stuff. Yay, cool. But I promise you, I don't
I
think
mean,
there's
I
too
was there.
many.
It was awesome.
There's probably not too. I mean, I'm not confident in our ability to win. I hope we win. Um, I don't even care to give a score prediction.
Okay.
I feel like mm, this team it's giving strong dolphin energy right now, and I don't and
Okay.
that's not a good statement. So let's
I'm
pray
gonna
for
give you. I'm
competitive
gonna
live.
give you a cop out. I'm gonna give you a cop out real quick. So I have two, and I'm gonna give this to everybody. I'm gonna give me your super homer or fan prediction, and give me your reality. What you straight up think, just being foot like taking off your Dolphins hat,
Hmm.
put on your NFL hat, football fan. Like as
Hmm.
a strategist, as an analyst, I know you are. You're a football head. Give me
Yeah,
your straight up
okay.
what you think. So I'm gonna
Okay,
give you both. I
my
got you
straight
down
up
for the
thoughts is that
Dolphins.
we don't have defensive ends to attack Josh Allen, so that'll be fun and interesting. You already struggle to bring him down to the ground. I mean, like when you look at the tail of the tape, it's not in our favor. And I don't feel good about this week. Our super homer pick. Hopefully
Dolphins.
hopefully the refs decide to call some holdings. I don't know. Um, who's playing opposite of Jalen?
Opposite of Jalen.
Because X isn't going
Well,
to
we
be out
have
there, right?
Deshaun Elliott. Unfortunately, we got Cater Kohu. No, it looks like X might probably
Nick
will not be.
Needham.
Nick Needham is another one,
Uh-huh.
but I know we use him
Uh-huh.
more as a slot. I think
Y'all,
it might
y'all
end up being
remember
Cater Kohu, if I'm gonna be
y'all
honest with
remember
you.
what y'all remember what Stefan's numbers were the last time? one of our cornerbacks wasn't out there, and they just put him on the other side. Don't worry, you can go back and look at
Yup.
it. Um,
Versus Cater Co, who I remember. Yeah.
who else gonna be out there?
So you got the Bills winning in reality. You
I
got the Bills winning straight up.
in
No, it's
reality,
okay. It's
in reality, we did this to ourselves because we didn't handle the Titans, and it makes me sick. It makes me upset. It makes me frustrated because a lot of things were going our
mhm,
way early, and we didn't capitalize on the moments when things were going our way, like when the Bills were losing miscellaneous games and stuff like that. Um,
mhm.
and then us trying to rely on the Bills to, I guess, stay in a funk, even though we saw that their schedule became, completely, a walkthrough practice squad style type situation. Um, yeah. To be honest,
So you
I'm
got
just
the
not really
Bills.
I'm just really not optimistic about it. I would be so happy and excited if we found a way to do it, but everything in me is saying that they about to come in there and, man, listen, y'all have fun at the game. Good luck.
Destroy us.
Good luck.
We will. We will.
I
It's
can't
gonna
even
be
quantify. I
tough,
can't
man.
even quantify what I feel like is about to happen because I don't know what weapons we're going to have at our disposal right now. They're saying Jalen might be there. Like if Jalen and Tyreek and Mostert and those guys are out there, obviously I feel better about the situation, and I feel like we might be able to go toe to toe, hopefully do something. But if we're in a situation, I mean, like where we're like completely handicapped, where it seems like we might be because they might say, "Hey, rest up," because we got to play a more important game technically the next week. And like playoffs. I mean, uh, I'm gonna just say this because I'm a Dolphins fan.
I'll
I'm
tell
gonna
you
say
right
20.
now who didn't play
I'm
today.
I'm gonna say 24-21 Miami, and I'm only saying that as a Dolphins fan. But I promise you, like I already know. Like when I go, like when you look at the Pickems and you probably see the percentages, it'll be interesting to see the numbers and of what the world thinks. And I mean, you're giving you're giving the Bills and Josh Allen a platform to do something crazy. And man, I just wish we had
So what was your score
Phillips
prediction?
and Chubbs. I'm going 24-21 Miami. I don't believe it. I don't trust it. I don't feel good about it. But as a Dolphins fan, I will never say that we're going to lose a game. That's just how I feel. Everything in me is
Okay.
saying get the tequila ready. But yeah, I'm just I'm just I'm
I
just
like
I'm
that.
just
I
I'm
like
just
that.
I'm just I'm just yeah. It's like
You're nervous.
what
You're
what are we
nervous.
doing here? I'm beyond nervous. I'm already
Well,
shipwrecked. I'm shipwrecked. Nervous would be an improvement of what I'm feeling right
18
now going into
players
this
right
game.
now. We have 18 players in the injury report, but they have to put everything in there. Good thing is that Jalen Ramsey was full participation, so was Tua, both on the quad and his left shoulder, so that's good. Right now, though, we've got a lot of players that were limited. Now, one thing I don't know if you guys saw, Jerome Baker. It looks like they opened up the 21-day window for him to come back from IR. So it looks like he will be back. Don't know if he'll be back for this particular game from last what I saw earlier today, but it looks like his window has been opened up and he is set to go ahead and come back. So it'll be very interesting to see when he comes back, whether he comes back this week versus the Bills or he comes back for the uh, the wild card weekend game as well. So that's going to be very interesting. I appreciate that, Cincinnati, because I knew this is going to be a tough one, man. We got so many injuries right now, but every team goes through that. That's why I don't give us any excuse. You know what I mean? But I want to get from Nene now. Nene, give us your take and give me again. I'm gonna give you two options. You can give me Dolphins for both, or you can say Dolphins Bills or Bills and Bills or Bills and Dolphins. One is gonna be your super homer, you know, uh take, and then give me your reality based on just being a overall football fan looking at this game objectively.
So first things first, I agree 100% with what she said, but I disagree 75% of what she said, and here's why. This year we have not lost two in a row this season, despite the injuries, despite the bad play calling, despite everything. Despite we have not lost two in a row this season. The other thing is we have only lost one at home this season, right? And granted, some of those people that came in that stadium were the dregs of the NFL, and technically we should be undefeated at that stadium, but we let one go. My super homer pick, just because I hate Buffalo, I have Miami with 42, Buffalo 13. Um, the actual score, what I think it's going to be, is 28-21. And the reason why I have so much belief in this team in this situation is because some point you just get lucky and it's your time. And for the Miami Dolphins, we have been unlucky, but also very lucky this season. I can't remember a season so many times we've had the schedule benefit us to where we didn't have a week, but more than a week to rest. I have never seen um, a Miami Dolphin team ever put up 70 points at all. I also think the AFC East and the AFC in the whole has never been this wide open for the Miami Dolphins. I also believe that with all of the injuries, right, there's a young man that I think is going to change this game, Devon A. Chain. I believe in this kid. I think there is no one on that defense that can do anything to him if we actually incorporate him. I know he's also in the boot. I know he also spent some time on the IR, but I just think this game is about pride. I don't think it's about X's and O's. I think the Miami Dolphins know what they put on film. That's why it sounds crazy that I was more happy that we got the embarrassing loss last week and not this week. So that way you got all that bad tape out the way. Now you can come home angry, right? And let's not forget, Buffalo has not been playing well these last 3, 4 games. There's a couple of games that should have been losses for them in this stretch. And I just think sometimes
True.
the hero gets the opportunity to beat up on the bully. I often reference my favorite basketball player, Michael Jordan. There was just a time that it wasn't about X's and O's. They just had to find a way to beat Detroit. They had to. And I think what I saw on Christmas Eve, despite all of the bad tape in Baltimore, is that they could have lost their Dallas game. But they found a way to come and win that game. And I think Tua, with everything that he's been through, and now he learned that he made the Pro Bowl. Now that he learned, those are confidence builders that sometimes can outweigh some injuries. So I think mentally, that crowd that's going to be in front of them on Sunday, the fact that you can possibly, because remember, all of those games are going to be played before they meet us to not kind of know
Exactly.
where we are. And I just think a Miami Dolphin team, the spirit of old Miami Dolphin teams, the Brian Clarkses, the Don Shula's, the Zach Thomases, the Jason Taylors, all of those individuals, that spirit is going to come in Hard Rock and give them a push to finally get rid of they bully, because this is bigger than just the Tua Mike McDaniel iteration. This goes all the way back to Dan Marino, Jim Kelly, and that regime, Don Shula. So I think for what has already happened this year, if you would have told me at the beginning of the season that we'll be 11-5 and a possibility to knock out the Buffalo Bills without all of the nuance, I wouldn't have
Hmm.
believed you. I wouldn't believe you. I was like, no, it probably next year, but not this year. But I think those guys are gonna gut through some of those injuries. And because remember, Buffalo's injured too. Was the quarterback for the Bills? He's also injured. I was listening in some of their
Allen.
spaces. He's hurt. So everybody's nicked up right now. And I think at this point it's gonna come down to how bad do you want it? And I think after being embarrassed the way they was in Baltimore, the talk, those who are
On
from
national
Miami,
television.
you're starting to hear whispers of Mike McDaniel being fired, or Tua not having to play on that fifth year. When you have all of those components, I think that clicks something mentally. So to her point, all of her facts were absolutely correct. I don't drink tequila. I will probably have a Perrier or a ginger ale because I don't drink alcohol. But I just
I'm
think
proud
it's
of
the
you.
Dolphins' time. With Kansas City falling the way that they did, all of the injuries. Like, think about it. Everybody thought Tua was going to be the quarterback that was going to be out. But you got Joe Burrow, all these quarterbacks, and our quarterback is the one that's standing. So I truly believe it's our time. I think that crowd, I've been to the Hard Rock when we get a lot of strife in Miami about our fans and how they show up. But I truly
Seriously.
believe they are not gonna. It's gonna have to be crawling. People arms gonna have to be stitched back together. They're gonna find a way to win that game because if they don't, I am driving to Miami-Dade County to beat up Chris Greer. So I got the Dolphins. I
But
got
I
the
love how you
Dolphins.
say his name. Say his name for me, please, because I love it
Oh,
every
you
time
like
you
it?
say it. I love it.
Christopher Aloysius Greer the third. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I truly believe it's gonna be a close game. But I think and I haven't been the biggest Tua supporter, but I keep thinking of that drive against the Cowboys. That he does have that in him where he can take that ball down the field and get a W in Miami-Dade County. And I just think Buffalo, I'm gonna call it what it is. They're frauds, right? They had to kick their OC out, and then watch when they lose, you hear about all these mystery injuries and stuff like that. I just think it's the Dolphins' time. Sometimes it's just your time. So I got the Dolphins 28-21, and I land my plane.
I
that's
like
good,
that.
man. I hope so. I hope so. But I have a question because I don't think. I mean, this hasn't been brought up. Josh Allen didn't make the Pro Bowl, and he might want to make a statement against someone who beat him out for the Pro Bowl into a
That is true.
Tagovailoa. So we don't have to get in. I mean, if we want to get into narratives, which we don't have to get into. At the end of the day, narratives sometimes do play a factor into things. It is going to. I think, like you said, Tua has it in him. It might come down to who has the ball last. Like in this one, maybe. Hopefully, I mean, hopefully not. I mean, I'm hoping we win, but now
I
you
just
got
I
think
agree.
Miss May. You
Co-
got me
co-
believing a little bit. You got me like a little bit off the ledge a little bit.
no, the
Um,
reason
I,
why is because you think about how we went into the first Buffalo game. We went in there cocky, right? We had the emoji shirts. We went in there with this mentality since we bulldozed the Denver Broncos. Sometimes being humble will make you laser focused. And with the things that they can do on Sunday night, number two seed, ensuring you don't. Who wants to be in Kansas? And I was stationed in Kansas. Who wants to be in Kansas in January in an away game with the former Super Bowl champion Patrick Mahomes, where anything can happen, or hosting and warm Miami, your
that cut.
home game, the first home game since January 6th, 2001. The reason why I could tell you that because that's when I was in high school. That's why I know the date the last time we hosted it.
You've been a
So
fan a long time. Like
so with that being stated, I just think, you know, everybody was panicking and I was like, it's good we had the bad game against Baltimore and not Buffalo. Like, look at it from that perspective. Sometimes you gotta look at it from the glass half. I rather got embarrassed for a game like, okay, now I know the number one seed is not ours, which is good because we have learned that coming back from a bye, we don't look good, right? But we have
mhm.
looked good at home. So the number two seed is a imperative motivator. Like, if you can't get up to knowing that you can host possibly two games. And then to me, this is a better path to the AFC championship game because let's be honest about Baltimore. They're not proven in the playoffs. Somebody may knock them off. And we know if they get knocked off, guess who's hosting all the way up to Las Vegas? The Miami Dolphins, because you had the number two seed. So I just look at it from that perspective that if I'm seeing it as a casual female fan, then I'm sure those guys that get paid a lot more money in that in Miami Gardens can figure out these are all the things that are in your favor. Because remember, this could be a 8-8 season playing this game in Miami, which would have a different undertone versus having the advantage to kick Buffalo out the playoffs. I land my plane. I know y'all other guys got to go.
Oh
Nene
yeah, no, no,
favorite
no.
now.
Sorry,
Nene
I'm
is not my
dealing with some
favorite.
other stuff.
She's not my favorite officially. She's not my favorite. Sorry, Miss Phins.
Well,
Be
I'm
on
glad
friends,
you got.
don't it? Be on friends. I'm sorry.
So I got replaced. Is what you're telling me? Uh,
Mm,
wow.
Be on
Oh.
friends, don't it? Sorry.
What you
She's
say?
just amazing. She just amazing. Instead of be
What you
on
just
friends,
say? What you
it
just
be
say?
on it be on friends.
You
Let
know what?
color go. Let color go. I'm
Let
I'm
go
I'm dying.
color.
Color is one of my favorite males. So I'm interested in what he has
Color,
to say.
your number one fan is requesting you, sir.
All
She
right.
wants to hear what
So
you got. Remember, you got the fan and you got the reality. Give us
all
both.
I
What
can
do you
say
think?
is if we execute at a high level, I like our chances.
If
In
we
the
don't,
last 4 meetings with this team, we're 1-3. That one came in Hard Rock. That one came without Mike McDaniel having ever faced that team before. And then we went on to play, like you guys said, it's going to come down to somebody said it was going to come down to the last, whoever had the ball last. And we played 2 games in Buffalo where that's literally what it came down to. One of them being with our third string backup. And both of those times we were owning their trenches. And I would submit to you guys that we bullied them. Then we come back early this season, coming off, destroying the Broncos, feeling all good about ourselves. And yeah, we didn't show up to play in Buffalo a third time in a row. And yeah, it got away from us. I just don't foresee that same outcome this week. Uh, I mean, I'm one to look at probabilities and statistics sometimes when I don't really have answers as to whether we're going to show up or not. Because if we don't show up, then yeah, we're going to get destroyed just like we did against Baltimore. Bottom line. And it just is what it is.
so
So
you're
I
saying
can't take
if
that away from anybody who believes that's been the norm, and that has been the norm. We don't show up in these situations, but
it's
we're at home. And, we're still, it's not as if the world thinks that, I mean, people might, but when you look at like, people that crunch numbers, all that stuff, it's not like we're a big time. I mean, we're at 45%. They're at 54. When the last time we faced them at Hard Rock, we were 19% to win that game, and we won it.
and we kind of prove too. It don't matter how many yards
I
you
mean,
get. Scoring points is what matters. So
it's really going to come down to if we simply don't show up, then obviously there's nothing we can do. That,
Bills
that,
are
you
gonna
know,
win.
but they have been playing poorly. They have been struggling through some pretty bad opponents. And, I think that if we show up, if we execute at a level that I know us to have the ability to execute at, that I mean, I would say we'll at least win, but there could be an even more pleasant result. But how can anybody predict that? Because it really simply is a matter of whether we show up or not. So I'm going to make my game pick based on expectation and not
But you
prediction, because prediction is just senseless at this point. You just can't know
okay?
whether we're gonna get off the bus or not. That's a coin flip. So based on my expectations
Okay.
as to what I know this team should be able to do, I would like us to win 33-30, and we will have the
33
ball
to
last.
30.
Mhm.
Ooh, I like
I'll give it
that.
to Jason
Ooh,
Sanders if
that's a
y'all want me
good one. I
to.
like that. I like that. And our guy,
I'm
he's
thinking
feeling
maybe a
good. So
similar fashion that we beat Dallas in, with a couple more points on the board for each team.
I like that. Well, I'll tell you this because, and again, guys, as I said before, and I appreciate you, Culler, for saying that in your take here. I have my game preview, my official game preview, myself versus Red, White, and Bills this Friday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern, guys. So come check that out. It's gonna be great. Winner take all, obviously for the division. So that's gonna be something we're gonna go and have fun on. As far as for me personally, I mean, take a look at both teams. Just when it comes to IR and injury and everything like that, they're coming off having injuries earlier in the beginning of the season to now getting their guys back healthier, and for us being vice versa. Right now, for the Bills, they barely got anybody in that injury report. To be honest with you, we've got 18 people.
One of the things,
And
well,
right
real
now
quick,
it's
Miss Fins, real quick. One of the things Finn Sanity did point out, as well as Nene in the past, the really biggest impact is going to have to be Mike McDaniel. Can he? I mean, because like, yeah, they've had our number, and so you've got to find a way to do something to put our players in the best position to succeed. I know that's all cliched, and that's a cliche he likes to throw out a lot, but now's the time to live it. You know, call the right plays. Simple as that. I know it seems like a real simple thing to say to McDaniel, but yeah, we need McDaniel to call the right plays at the right time this week. Better than he ever has in his life. He has to have a championship play calling performance.
I mean, I can't disagree with that. Zero injury for me. Like I'm sure you guys know if you're a missing fan. I give no excuses. It's next man up. Period. Next man up. Next man up. Next man up. I know right now, like Finsanity was saying in Nene too. Everybody's in a boot. Everybody's in a mood between offense and defense. We got so many questionable guys. We already know we got Bloody Chubb that we just lost for the season. I mean, this is going to be really tall order for this defense to come in here and to really step up to the plate. But that's what they have to do. We're going to need Eli Apple to play better than what he's done. We're going to need him to fill in the gaps when we need him to, especially for being opposite of Jalen Ramsey. I mean, it's gonna be Nick Needham and Eli Apple. That's who we have set right there. We've got Kader Kohu, but we'll probably use him in the slot, or we'll flip Kader Kohu and put him out opposite of Ramsey and have Nick Needham cover the slot. So we'll see how Vic Fangio's gonna do. I think to your point, Color, this is gonna have to be a chess match that the head coaches will have, well, and not head coaches, but the coaches will have to do. And by coaches, I mean Vic Fangio and Mike McDaniel, because you can see in that Ravens game, Matt McDaniel, no adjustments in my opinion. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I didn't see any adjustments between first quarter to second quarter, or even
Well,
second
even if you
quarter
even if
to
you go back to the
first
first
half to
game again,
second half.
go back to the first game against Buffalo. Uh, it is not helping your players at all on offense when you've got their entire defense in the backfield handing the ball off on a 3rd and 1. You know,
Exactly. It doesn't. So for me,
when you have the ability to be on the other side of those two safeties within 1.2 seconds with Tyreek Hill all alone. Oh, take your choice, Jalen Waddle, because we did that very same thing a couple of weeks later. When they tried to load the box on us on another 3rd and 1, it was maybe the Patriots or somebody, and we threw it over the top to Waddle. It wasn't very hard. It was pitch and catch, and he's gone for a touchdown on 3rd and 1. Hey, I know that
so
seems counterintuitive, but if they're gonna do that, why have them in the backfield knocking the ball out of Mostert's hand when you can have the ball going over their heads into the waiting arms of Waddle or Tyreek?
yeah, and we're gonna need those guys to step up too, because we already know most is a little dinged up. So is Hill. So is Waddle. I'm not worried about this O line. Butch Berry, I trust. I'm very happy with him and his coaching. To me, he's my coach of the year for the Dolphins. Period. And right now, I expect this will have to be. And I know we always put so much emphasis on this defense, but I'm sorry, and I'm not sorry. This will need to be a game where the offense takes over. Period. It's got to be. It's about time. Offense has to take over. Period. They have to put up points. McDaniel has to put these guys in the best position possible, and they have to put up points. Period.
I
And you're
said
going up
earlier,
against a
Miss
top
Phins,
five team.
if we need to take Dan Bailey, buy him a plane ticket to Hong Kong, and just send him on his way for the weekend. Because if we punt this weekend, we're losing. Mark my words.
Yeah, and we cannot whatsoever trade touchdowns for field goals. It just can't happen. It cannot happen. It
And to
cannot
your
happen.
point,
It
Miss
cannot
Fins,
happen.
how did we beat them when we did beat them in Hard Rock?
Touchdown.
That last time when they were gassed and their offensive linemen were falling down on the field, they couldn't get the first down and they had to kick a field goal. And
Exactly.
that was them not being able to match us touchdown for touchdown.
With
And we
exactly.
won 21-19. I'll take it.
And we gave them 2 points. Let's be
Yeah.
real.
Can
And
I
they
say
ran the
something?
ball up and down the field on us all day for a zillion yards,
500
and it
yards of
did nothing for
offense.
them.
So yeah,
Go
so
ahead,
that's where I'm gonna
Vincenzi.
go. Before
I
you
think
go, Vincent,
Vincenzi
let me
might
get
want to
my
get in.
points.
Did
Well,
you
let
want
me
to
get
get
my
in,
points real
Vincenzi?
quick. Wait, wait,
No,
wait. Let me put my
Miss Vince
score.
wants to.
Yeah, let me do my score real quick, and then I'll give you this. Reality speaking, guys, everything tells us that the Bills are gonna win this game because they're positioned to do so. They're the healthier team, and they have way more to look forward to than the Dolphins apparently, because we already clinched the playoff position. That is what the narrative is going to be out there. They're going to be hungrier than we are, and they're not coming into the sweltering heat. They're going to be in a comfortable Sunday night game. The league knew exactly what they were doing. So, yeah, conventional wisdom will tell you the Bills will be winning this game. However, I wholeheartedly believe the Miami Dolphins have everything they need to take care of this divisional rival, and they're gonna have to put all guns out. And I don't mean to put themselves where we have injuries left and right, but I mean we have the players to be able to get that. So my score prediction, personally, I actually see this being a low scoring game. I don't see it being a high scoring game whatsoever. This is gonna be honestly a 20-17 game or like a 23-20 game. I do think it's going to be very, very close, and I do give the edge to Miami, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills win in the same fashion. So that's my fan to reality uh prediction there, as you
Yeah,
have
I
it,
kind
bud.
of want to say the same thing as last week. The team that shows up is the team that wins. I mean,
Exactly.
it's a
Color,
big score.
color. I
Good.
did want to throw this point out there. I also think Mike McDaniel has to use his intangibles. I don't see Braxton Berrios. I don't see Claypool. I don't see more plays where we have a jumbo package in. I don't see anything that we actually can execute that doesn't have to take 2 hours to develop. I think Mike
Right.
McDaniel also is a when they say a genius, I think he is smart enough now to understand I have to get out of my own way. Like I say it all the time, you could be so smart that you're stupid. And I think he is so smart that he doesn't have common sense when it
There's
comes to,
another name
but
they
I
need.
will also say
There's
this.
another name they named
Hold on
analysis
one point, Color.
paralysis.
I
Hold on.
also think Tua, because he has abilities unlike the last regime, even if McDaniel says something stupid, he has to veto it. He has the auto book. Like when they went up to the line of scrimmage before the 2 minute warning, Tua could have easily stopped that and said, "You know what, Mike, I got it." And I don't think Mike McDaniel would have grabbed him by the grill and cursed him out and shamed him. So I think Tua has to use the authority that he has. If Mike McDaniel is, being, overly intelligent, that's the word I'm going to use. Tua is the QB1, and to me, these are the games that legends are made. These are the Peyton Manning's, the Tom Brady's, big time. I'm a big fan of University of Miami. Big
Right.
time
Let him
players.
go out and be a legend. Exactly.
Yeah, big time players make big time plays. And if they're putting three people on Tyreek Hill, and even though Mike McDaniel called that play, Tua got to grab his kahunas and say, no, there's Devon A chain like 2 yards right there, and that kid can take it to the house. So I think that's another key that goes beyond the injuries. I think sometimes with Mike McDaniel, he gets in his own way. And I think we also need an offense where Tua gets in a rhythm. I think sometimes when he throws those interceptions, it's because we in the huddle for like 2 minutes and then we only got 2 seconds to get the ball off, and now he's
Seriously.
happy feet and undecisive. But if you start off like, I hate to say it, dink and dunk, get them in a good rhythm to where that accuracy goes with rhythm. I don't care who we got out there. They probably can grab you, Miss Phins, and color out the stands. I think we can win this game because ain't no way you could tell me that those players are not gonna not be motivated after being embarrassed in Buffalo.
I'll be the
Um,
holder.
and also
Yeah, it
going
can't happen twice, Nene.
I,
You're
I
spot
just
on
don't see
about
it
that.
happening. Like, I just don't see those grown men. And then sometimes when you have injuries, you can kind of play for that player. I mean, Chubb going out and maybe some motivation from the defense to play for Chubb. Like, I don't know, but I think there's other intangibles, and especially playing at home and it's not snowing and it's not below 30 degrees that we're not considered. And I'll be honest with you, Miss Fans, I know you down there, but not all Sunday nights cool Sunday nights in Miami-Dade County,
That's true,
especially.
but this winter is different, girl. This winter is
I mean,
different.
I'm from Miami, but what I'm saying to you is, a Miami night in January is not a Miami night in Buffalo. And
True.
if those guys went out to the other part of Miami, South Beach, and partied it up and all of that other stuff, recovery. I used to say use the Miami weapon. There's rumors that they used to bring girls to certain players, and, just to keep them distracted. Whatever you got to do to win.
I think
But
this is
Go
I just
ahead, Insanity.
no. Wait, let Nate finish her point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
Go
want
ahead,
Nate.
Nene.
I
Sorry,
but
want
finish
I
your.
Nate.
just think, like, when I look at some of the Buffalo Bills fans, this is exactly why y'all gonna lose, because you're too arrogant. And your team's too cocky. There comes a time where you got to pass the sticks. And I think right now they are vulnerable, and we're not in New York. Like, people don't understand how important that is, that this game is being played in Miami. Like, that is important. I don't care what nobody say, because say what you want. A Skylar Thompson almost beat a 3% prediction, right? Color, you do all the predictions. Remember, we what,
3%.
three
Yes.
percent.
Yeah,
So
they
that
were
19%,
97% probability to win that game,
right?
Buffalo was.
I don't do all the problems. I do, yeah,
But that
all of
was
that, the
also a
carrying the
different
one.
Bills team that did not have a run game, and I mean James Cook
Oh,
has definitely come along recently. Since they've been, the whole mantra of let James cook. I think what this comes down to is that if there was ever a time that we need Jalen Ramsey to be Jalen Ramsey, we say that the Bills have looked like they've been struggling. Well, a lot of that does start with the inability of these last, during the stretch of getting Stefan Diggs the ball. Now we know that they didn't have a problem getting Stefan.
Sorry.
Hello?
Sorry, my AirPod just died, so hopefully don't say
Oh,
anything anybody because there will be feedback for like 5 seconds. But give me 2 seconds to let that charge real quick. Let me just get this point off. No one interrupt because there's gonna be feedback and double up, and I don't want to mess up Miss Finn's stream and all that. Um, so boom. Back to the point of Stefan Diggs, right? Um, he hasn't, been putting up, crazy numbers. I think the last couple of games, maybe like the last four, his most catches he's had maybe was five. Like that, 4 catches is not enough for Stefan Diggs. If you want to see the Bills offense get back to what we expect it to be, you need Stefan getting, 8, 9 catches. You need him to have like, double digit targets, and you need that connection between Josh and Stefan to get back on point. Also to the fact of, them now having a running game with James Cook. He's looked incredible these last couple of weeks. So it's not as if we're going up against that one dimensional Bills team that we used to go to. Now that one dimensional was phenomenal and amazing, and at times unstoppable, because believe me, this is a team that knows how to be, top team. This is a team that knows how to get wins. I mean, as long as they don't get to overtime, they're pretty okay, right? But you gotta keep Stefan Diggs out of the game, because if Stefan and Josh get a rhythm going, it's going to be a long night for our secondary. And I mean, we already seen what CD was able to do against us.
We've seen what AJ Brown has been able to do against us. We've already seen what Stephon Diggs has been able to do against us. So there has to be a notion where you have to be able to take away a team's top priority weapon. And then believe me, with the pressure on of maybe winning and getting in, you want Stephon Diggs frustrated on the sidelines. You want him showing Josh Allen the tablet of, hey, I'm open and you're missing me. You want to see, some of that friction that we've seen between the two before. But the only way you can do that is by taking him out of the game. The last time the man plays, I believe he had 3 touchdowns in the first half. Like it was bad. We all know. Kader Kohu, I mean, he had we all know it, we all saw it, we all felt it. So when we talk about the struggles that Buffalo has been having, I think it does go back to that relationship. And if we can find a way to keep that going, hopefully that does give us a better chance to slow down Buffalo and to maybe keep ourselves in the game. That's why I said, we got to run the ball, minimize possessions, and let Tua take the shots and the opportunities when it's there. But man, I would feel so much better if Raheem and those guys were out there. But to me, I feel like defensively, I don't even want Josh even thinking about throwing Stefan's way because he knows that we can't hide him on the left. Like I remember, go back to the game. Every single time I saw Stephon Diggs on the left side of the field, I'm like, they're about to pass, and they're about to pass Stephon. When I seen him on the right side, I was like, oh, they're about to run because he's up against X. He's not throwing to Stephon against X. I'm not saying that Josh is scared or anything, but you just saw it. Like that to me is smart play calling. That's smart scheming. That's taking advantage of a mismatch that Stephon against Cater. Yeah, we're gonna throw it to Stephon, and it doesn't even matter. So we got to figure out how we are going to, you know, keep a top wide receiver. And granted, his numbers haven't been that this year, but we all know Stephon Diggs is Stephon Diggs, one of the best route runners out here. He knows how to get open. He finds ways to get open. We got to find a way to negate him, and that would give us a better opportunity of trying to beat a team that has had our number these last couple of years, especially with said particular player.
I agree, and we need to see a Christian Wilkins and defensive line signing. We need to, no disrespect to Josh Allen, but he ain't Lamar Jackson. And I just think you can get Josh Allen to throw some interceptions. I think if you get some pressure on him, and here's the other thing: start with the arm tackling, wrap and tackle. And I would tell you this, Fansanity. One thing about Miami is a double-edged sword. Remember, I said James Cook is from Miami-Dade County. Sometimes you don't play good in front of your home crowd. I'm just gonna put it that way. I'm hoping for that. I'm hoping they take James out to South Beach and he good and tired.
Nah.
But I mean, it happens. Like when you come home,
I don't see that.
yeah, you get with family. It's New Year's. We take them in the city and maybe three, because you know how young people
Man,
think.
NFL players
but
are
but
milk toast these days.
But
No,
but
that
but
going.
but but inverse statement can be said. And like I said, that's why I don't want to get into like too many narratives. He could be back in front of his family and want to put on a show for him.
Yeah, but
You
James
feel me?
hasn't played good in front of, like, his Dalvin has played good in front of. He's put up 200 yards against us with the Vikings, but
Hmm.
James hasn't played as well. That's
But I
all
mean,
I'm
this is
saying.
this is the first time where he's the feature back coming into Miami too. So I
Right,
mean,
right.
so like
Vincent,
let's put some of these things into context.
right.
When we're doing this also, but that's why I don't like to get into narrative too much. I think that they are gonna. And my thing, you said you'll put pressure on Josh Allen. I don't trust Melvin Ingram to do that. Zach Sealer was on the injury report, I believe. And you said arm tackle. I mean, Josh is
That
a
was our
magician.
biggest problem in the first meeting was arm
Yeah,
tackling, man.
Josh is a magician, and he's just strong, right? So I mean, even if you think you got it with one person, you don't. Like you're
Well,
never
it's
gonna.
not just him; it's everybody. Like everybody, like there was no pursuit to the football that game.
Yeah, yeah. I
Well,
mean,
I'm
None.
but
thinking, I'm thinking of more when we didn't have Jalen Ramsey, when it was X with a bad um hamstring or groin out there in the playoff game in New York. Our defense looked amazing against Josh Allen. He was making a lot of mistakes, so it's not like it's never happened.
Well,
where
So
he.
we don't have those defensive ends out there. We're out of our two starting defensive ends. Um, and my thing
But
is
you
like
still
this.
got
But my thing is
Wilkins.
like this. But my thing is like this. Like you said, Vic has not shown the premise to blitz. So my
And
thing
that's
is
my
like this:
hope that.
you're not going to, if you're not rushing Josh Allen, if you're not frazzling him or whatever, he's going to sit back there and pick you apart. And then at that point, we don't even know what kind of lanes are going to open up for him to run. So that's what I'm saying. Like there's so many things right now that makes me say that, you know what, like we kind of have to do the unexpected to try to beat this team. Like we have to do things that are outside of our nature. Technically, let Jalen line up and follow Stefan. Don't let Stefan hide in the slot. Don't let him hide on one side of the field if X isn't out there. You feel me? Um, send pressure. You
But
know,
I will say this, and I know that you're probably trying to close out. There's two games that I'm thinking about where the defense did make an adjustment. The first game of the season against the Chargers, right? He has shown us that he can throw a blitz and get out of his own way. And then also you brought up Dallas Cowboys, right? CD Lamb went from what almost 100 plus yards in the first half, and he got the clamps put on in the second half. So it's not like we can't do it. We've seen it sporadically throughout the season with this group of men. And to the injury report, I think I'm just going to say it out loud. I think after the Tua situation, if those guys have a hangnail, they're going on the injury report. Some teams are a little bit aggressive with what they put on the injury report, and then other teams are more discreet. So just because names on a piece of paper don't mean nothing to me, if I'm being honest. Not all have integrity with that injury report. And like at this point in the season, it don't matter. Everybody got somebody that's hurt. Nobody's gonna feel that. We're not gonna go out there in the middle of the field of what I call Joe Robbie Stadium and take a knee with a white flag and say we can't play because we got 18 people on the injury board. You still got to go out there and play.
I'm 100% with you.
Agreed.
I expect Zach to be out there.
could I?
Like saying, yeah, go
Could,
ahead, Color. Go
well, I
ahead.
was
Go ahead,
just going
Color.
to say earlier, you made a good point about the, their running game is different this year as opposed to the
Hmm.
last when we faced them. And I'm not even going to the playoff game. I'm going to the last Tua meeting in
Hmm.
Buffalo, where I could put that on the coach too because simply, we were really competing well that game, and we had the lead with the ball, and all we had to do was salt the clock away. Precisely right when the snow started to fall, we stopped running the ball. And I know I'm not one of those one that's like, oh, we stop, he needs to run more. No, we're a pass first team. I get all that, but whereas I just think just like your point about them being different this year, we are too. Now, we didn't show in the first game that we could be in that position that we were last year, in our last two meetings with them. Unfortunately, we could talk about why we have, different defensive scheme, the whole stubbornness of Vic Fangio, all that wasn't there last year. Um, but if we're talking about most things being equal, then you could say the same thing about our running game as well, to the point where if we are lucky enough to find ourselves in the situation we were last year, I think we win that game this time instead of 3 and out, and especially since there ain't no snow in play in this game anyway, but instead of 3 and out, punt it back to Josh Allen, who proceeds to march right down the football field and win the ball game. You know what I mean?
And you got, I know a lot of people don't like him, but Jeff Wilson practically got fresh legs. He hadn't really played this season. I just need him to hold on to the ball. And then who's to say what Chris Brooks can be? I just think there's enough, even with the scrapes. I think it's enough, especially with what's on the line. I just don't see a team just yielding and say, I want to go to Kansas City instead of being in my house. I just it doesn't make common sense, right? That's what I was going back to being too analytical. And to her point, narratives. It's
Some
very
good
cut and
wine out
dry.
there, Nene. Some good wine out there. Mm.
I don't think anyone. I don't think anyone believes this team is going to quote unquote lay down. I don't believe that. I mean, you have the number two seed, you have the division, you have a lot to play for, right? But also on the other side, they have a lot to play for too. Like my things like this, like that's why I said we can talk narratives, we can put them all out there. But that's what I said. If you're gonna put ours out there, also put theirs out there. You could say, "Oh, we have more to play." To them, they might have more to play for.
Right.
At the end of the day, it just has to get played out. That's why I'm not, trying to get too much into the this, that, and that, and that. Because at the end of the day, what it's going to come down to is scheme and execution. Like it's going to come down to game plan. Are we going to be smart? Are we, like you said, like Culler said, make the right play call at the right time? Because God forbid they're in a situation where they have to win or they're out of the playoffs. They can leave 10 million things out there on the
Yeah.
field. You feel me? They could go for it on
If
fourth
they're
and
down by
17.
two, if they're
Right.
down by two, and we got the ball with 3 minutes left, and we don't get that first down, they are getting into field goal range and kicking that game-winning field goal. Bet that. It don't matter
But
how good
Yeah.
our
but
defense is.
what I'm saying to you is that Cowboys game showed me a lot because that scenario you just said, and they punched us in the mouth. That went down there and they scored, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I saw Tua grab that ball and that everybody locked in and got to where they need to go, and then we didn't even talk about the intangibles, field goals, field position. All of these things are, I don't dictate them as narratives. They're key points to the game, and especially playing at home. Momentum swing after you just got destroyed. I
Mhm.
just can't see it. I can't see you. Okay, they got something to play for. Yeah, well, we got something to play for. And the last time we played you, you humiliated us on
Mm-hmm.
national TV like that. I think, and I wish
I
Miss
mean, the
Fans
Raiders
if
could say that. The Raiders could say that about Kansas City every year.
yeah, but
Like within the division, sometimes it is what it is, right? Buffalo doesn't play well, typically well or perform well against the likes of, you know, New England Jets, and we see it. But when they come and play us, it's like a whole
Uh,
different team within the division. That's why, like to me, like I get it. Like you're saying, they're key points to the game, and yes,
Well,
but
and
there's
in the
key
last
points
case, I
on
mean, that was
key
the
points on both
third
sides.
time in a row we played them at home. I think the pressure got to us there, plus the
Mm-hmm.
fact that they were trying to stave off a two-game lead early in the division if we would have won that game. They did play with a lot more on the line than we
Both,
did,
both,
Finsanity,
both,
and
both teams.
we also played as such, which is unfortunate. We
Mm-hmm.
should have played like there was just as much on the line, and that game probably would have been more competitive.
where does Tua side out there put Miss Fans? Did you ask for lottery numbers at the end of this? Because he keep putting up numbers.
I don't know. I'll let him explain. What does that mean? I believe
It's the
48. I know what it
score of
is. So
last
the
game. It's
score
the
of last
score of
year's
the last
game,
game.
yeah,
It's
the 10 and
Josh
2
Allen's
that the
QB
Miami
rating, I
Dolphins
guess.
broke
I
down.
don't know. Some nonsense.
The only
Yeah.
thing that matters is January 7, 2024 at 8 o'clock in Miami-Dade County. Miss Fans, I want you to do me a favor. If you could, well,
Yup.
you gonna be at the game, right? But if you could
Yes,
open
ma'am.
up a space again, because I'm gonna do my doggone victory laps, even though I got bad legs. I'm telling you, this team is gonna come out and play. Or
Let me
I'm
help
gonna
you. Let
be
me
on
help you.
my
You're
or
doing
I'm
laps right now. We're doing laps right now. Oh, trust me. Listen, Nene. So I got my show Monday to Friday. This is why I tell people Monday to Friday, every single Monday to Friday, you can catch Miss Fins. Come Monday morning, I will have a show. I do every Monday, whether we win or lose. This is why my saying, and I say this, and my fans know this. And I start every show with this. We win together, we lose together. Dolphins for life. Why? Because that's the life of a Dolphins fan. You know what I mean? And that's my quote. That's what I say. My homage to Bad Boys. You know what I mean? But yeah, you best believe at 8 a.m. Eastern, win or lose, we will be here. And hopefully we will hold that banner so that we can just shove it down people's throats. And if we're not holding that banner, well, dang nabbit, we made the playoffs. Let's go, Dolphins. Like, I gotta stick to the silver lining at some point. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, I appreciate you, Nene. I like that you appreciate the show. So that's what
Oh,
I
oh
do.
yeah, Miss Fans, I always thought, the off cuff, I always support women in sports, women that talk about sports. I know some people don't want to hear that, but it wasn't always this way where we were allowed to get on platforms and speak and be accepted. So when you have, I don't have any extra career thoughts of going into this line of work. I think law school is enough for me, but I can't lie, this keeps me um, motivated when I see the women in the Dolphins community having their spaces and having their platforms, and just a good time to just talk about the team that I love that hopefully finishes the job so I can finally at my age not be just alive when they went to a Super Bowl, but actually experience a Super Bowl as
Yeah.
an adult. So I thank you, Miss Fins, because you were excited in the comments when you said my name. You always give me support, and I definitely appreciate you. And it's very nice to meet Miss Finsanity. And Color, I absolutely love you. So thank you for
Oh,
letting me
likewise, Nanny.
talk.
No, it's definitely my pleasure, Nana. You're awesome. I still remember the first time I heard you on the Spaces. I was like, "Ooh, another lady. What is she talking about?" And I was listening. I'm like, "Man, you're a wealth of knowledge." I love it when I hear wealth of knowledge. I learn from all the guys. I learn from all the ladies. Because I see myself as a student. I don't know anything about football. You know what I mean? So what I like to do is I like to learn from everybody because then I have what I've learned and then what they know, and then I get to learn that too. And I'm always looking to learn from others. That's why I have, great people like Color and Finsanity that are always teaching me stuff, and I only strive to be as knowledgeable as they are because they definitely those are some serious football heads, and yourself too, ma'am. Yourself too. So I appreciate you coming through. I mean, this has been a lot of fun as always. And you know what? One thing I will say is that thank you for adhering to my rules because this channel is definitely not like other channels. We love to debate, and we'll get a little chippy here and there, but for the most part, this is why I always say, let's keep it clean. Think of PBS Kids because what this platform is about is everybody having a voice, whether we agree or not, and still being respectful to each other. You know what I mean? So that's how I run things, and I appreciate that the fans respect that, and that's what we do because it is a family friendly show. Kids do watch this show. I mean, I literally get kids watching this show every single day. I know that for a fact. And their parents too. So, but man, you guys have been
And
awesome
if you're
tonight.
watching
Like,
right now, you should be in bed. If we call your parents and tell them you're
no,
still up.
they're on vacation. What do you mean? They go
Yeah,
back to
it's no
school on
school yet.
Monday. Yeah,
Still
it's no school
midnight.
year. No, man, you what do you? They're
I
up.
mean,
They're playing Xbox,
my mom
PlayStation,
was
whatever.
cool enough. Like if we were visiting her, we could be up all night. But my dad still made us go to bed.
Dad was the drill. Sorry, and Miss Finsanity, you said where are you located? I kind of didn't hear what she said where she was at. I thought I heard Philly.
I'm in the Philadelphia. I live in Jersey. I am a proud Jersey Dolphin fan. We are
Oh,
out
okay.
here in full force. Shout out to
Well,
you know.
just real quick, I was a recruiter in Jersey, and I lived in Newark. Um,
Wow.
and
Okay.
I had Irvington High School, the high. I had East Orange. I had West Caldwell. I actually taught culinary arts in West Caldwell, but I end up when COVID happened because I'm diabetic. I couldn't be in that area, so
Mhm.
I went to Willingboro, and I was more in South Jersey. I
Mhm.
have family that live all up in Camden, all in that area. So I understand Jersey, and the best singer of all times, Elizabeth Houston, is from East Orange. That's my girl. So
The
I definitely,
voice.
I have respect. Matter of fact, I was in Mount Saint Dominic. I also recruited in her high school, so I know all about Jersey.
Yes, ma'am. You out here listening off all the North Jersey cities. I'm actually from South Jersey. You might be more familiar with the name Vineland.
Okay, well, I was at Fort Dix, so I don't know if you know where Fort Dix
Yeah, I
was.
know where that's at. Of course. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I when I recruited, I actually during the pandemic we had to do the internet stuff because all the schools were closed down. But
Hmm.
I drove from Burlington
Yeah, I know where
County.
that's
Milk
at.
Factory.
So yeah, I didn't know all about the deers in
Yeah,
that area, so I
yeah,
used to have to be
yeah,
cautious.
yeah. Yeah, them deers will get you every single time. But not, I'm from South Jersey. I'm not particularly from Browning, but Isaiah Pacheco, ha ha ha, is from Browning, New Jersey. Uh,
Shut up. No, he's not.
Jonathan
Pacheco?
Taylor, Jonathan Taylor
Oh,
is from Salem, New Jersey.
okay, okay, okay. But I gotta tell you something
Kyrie
offline about
Irving is
Pacheco. I
from
gotta
New
tell you something offline
Jersey.
about Pacheco.
I mean, we could get into the sports personnel from New Jersey.
Oh gosh.
But
I
yeah,
don't get how many Dolphin fans are in New Jersey. I still don't understand. Half my fans are from Jersey. I'm like, wow.
you want to know
Like,
how? Because they're one of the greatest, dynasties of all time, and
that's
a
true.
lot of a lot of us are fans because passed down from our parents when the Dolphins were actually a dominant force in the league, not a dominant force, but a good team where they were making the playoffs every year and had a potential shot every year of potentially going to Super Bowl with the likes of one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, Mr. Dan Marino. But yeah, that's believe me, like you could probably like pack pack a stadium, not a stadium, but a section, maybe more than a section, maybe a whole level,
Mm, mm.
maybe two levels
Apparently, I only have 16 fans, according to Michael K.
with Jersey fans. We're out here and we absolutely take pride and we love our Dolphins wholeheartedly. We're all excited for the game. I feel like Doug one day should just do like a Dolphin fan watch party like at like a big like
Like a big
arena
bar or
or like
something
like
like
a
that.
big something big and it'd probably get everyone
Right.
there and we'll all like get to meet each other. But yeah, we out here representing Jersey. But Dolphin fans are all over, but we represent very hard. We're a very passionate fan base, and we get frustrated because we paying for that Sunday ticket while y'all can just turn on to your local channel. You
1004,
know,
baby. 1004, CBS.
turn on to your local channel 4, and we out here, trying to either stream it on bootleg or paying that Sunday ticket, a couple $100. But we do it because that's our team. We ride hard in the MetLife Takeover. Have you ever been to the MetLife Takeover, Miss Nay? Miss
No,
Mayhem?
because like I
Miss
always, to be honest, I always had to work, but I will put my flags on the car, and that's when I learned of the presence of Miami Dolphins. Because my assumption is that I was in Jets land,
Oh
but when
heck
I put
no.
my flags on the car, it's just like, hey,
Yeah.
So I think a lot of it stems from Dan Marino. Everyone I talked to was like, yeah, I was a fan
Hmm.
of Dan Marino, so I was like, oh, okay. Well, I'm actually from there.
But yeah, so definitely that you definitely have to come to the MetLife Takeover one of these years. It's an amazing experience. And I mean, I tell people this like it's nothing like um being at the Hard Rock. But if you want something amazingly close and you want to see Dolphin fans out in full force, whether it's cold, raining, or whatever, we never know when we're going to play the Jets, but no matter what, it sells out, and we all have a great time. And it's a lot of passionate fans, a lot of, diehard fans who you can talk football about the Dolphins with
But will
going
I be
back, probably to
safe?
going back to '66 because we're
Will
we're of
I be
all ages.
safe?
Yeah. Can I tell you something? Like, I mean, real talk, like the MetLife takeover is it's an experience for a Dolphin fan, and there's a reason why DWA comes up every year. Solo D comes up every year because it's something that you don't want to miss. It's something I mean, Jets games are typically iconic in some way or form or fashion when we play them. I mean, this year we got the pick six, to go into half. There's always like some crazy moment. And it's just a lot of memories, and you meet a lot of great people, a lot of great fans, and it's just networking, and it's phenomenal to see all of us out there. We sing the fight song, people, tailgate, have fun. party, and we all sit together, and it's so loud, like hearing us scream for our team. And like some, I know you heard the chants "Let's go Dolphins" on through the TV, because we really show up for that. And it's one of those events that
It
I
was
feel like
half
every
full of Dolphin
yeah,
fans.
I feel
Like
like
all I
Dolphin
saw was
fans.
Aqua everywhere.
Yeah, I just feel like every Dolphin
Especially that
fan.
Washington game.
Yeah,
Lord have mercy. It looked like
Oh,
a
yeah,
home
that
game.
was a home game. That was a home game.
yeah.
That was a straight up home game. Yeah.
Every Dolphin fan, I believe, at one point in their life, needs to go to the MetLife
Chef Jew, we'll
Takeover.
make it a point next year. We'll go together next year.
Because
Cause
like
that
real
yeah.
talk, it's not one of those, it's not one of those fake phony takeovers. You know how the Bills tried to do a takeover last year and thought it was gonna be
Oh,
all
they're trying to
nice
do
and
it
cool.
here now.
It's time, yeah, they because it's something that we do, and they're stealing it. So I mean, let them have whatever they want to do. But yeah, the MetLife takeover, I promise you, you will not be disappointed. You will never be disappointed, and you will be one of thousands. But you'll be like, dang, I didn't even realize there were this many fans. Not even just from Jersey, but just from the Northeast. People travel from DC. Some people travel as far as out from Chicago. Like it is a real thing, and a lot of people get behind it. I'm sorry to rant about the MetLife takeover, but it's
I
one
mean,
of
you're
my
from Jersey.
favorite.
It makes
It's
sense.
one of my favorite events every single year. I wait for Dolphins NYC to put it up every year, put the tickets up, and then I love to
Yeah,
go.
because it's in Jersey, so they should already be the New Jersey Jets. I don't understand this, but it is what it is. But yeah, that's one of the biggest. It's kind of it's if you've ever been. I don't know, Nene, if you've ever been here, but the Miami Dolphins fan club weekend, which I tell Fincene she needs to hurry up and come.
Nah,
Uh, it's an awesome weekend. Like it's an
I gotta
insane
join the fan
weekend.
club first. I feel like
Yeah,
I feel like I
you don't
need
have
to
to be
join a
part of
fan.
the fan club. No,
I
you
know,
don't
but
have to be
I
part of
feel like I should join one though. Like I feel like that would be like a great flex. Like y'all
the
part of this fan
NYC
club.
one. Join that one. There has to
Oh,
be one in Jersey. There's no way there's not one in Jersey.
maybe
Well, you know what?
Doug can start
Check
one.
out. You know what? 305 Sports Babe will know, and her 305 Sports Babe travel agency. She's got all the fan bases all over the United States. So check out with her. She'll be able to tell you for sure um, which fan bases are perhaps in Jersey. Obviously, we know NYC Dolphins, but there might be some other ones that maybe we don't know. So there you go. Check that out. But man, this has been what an amazing, amazing, amazing uh people. Fan club weekend has 82 people in attendance. Impressive. I didn't know the Bills do a fan club weekend. That's cool. Hey, 82 people. Hey man, that is impressive for you guys. That's pretty cool. We get hundreds of people. Actually, more like half, like 600 people. I'm not even lying. We take over the entire building, the entire restaurant. It's insane. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah, it's about 400 or 500 people, 600 people that come to fan club weekend. So yeah. Hey man, 82 people though for you guys, for you Bills fans, that's awesome. That's awesome.
I'm surprised they can make it out with the snow. Like it's
Right?
crazy. Like it's
don't they
dangerous
don't they
time.
have to shovel all the time? Like that's
Oh, listen.
typically how I do it. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to. This has been such an insane show. I want to get final thoughts from everybody because I'm absolutely love it. Don't leave just yet, just so we can have a little chit chat offline, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, like seriously, well, give me your final take, Nene. What do you got on this game coming up? Well, let's start out with your Ravens Dolphins game, and then Bills Dolphins game. Give me them two. Give me your final thoughts on those two. Pull them up.
Well, I hate to sound it like this, but I wasn't surprised about the Ravens Dolphins. I just felt when I saw the schedule and I saw it was going to be in Baltimore, I was like, well, I think that's a game that we could possibly lose. The thing I didn't like is that no matter what, you should always compete, and I'm just that crazy. Maybe it's the military in me, but until it's 0-0, keep competing. And I just felt they quit. But rolling into this game, I rather that we got that performance then and not January 7th. I think January 7th they're gonna come out there and they're gonna take care of business, or I'm getting in my car and I'm driving to Miami-Dade County to have a conversation with somebody. And they're not gonna like that because I'm
With who? With
certified.
who?
It was certified with cert. I know this is a family site, so I'm just gonna have a nice conversation with some leadership. That's how I'm gonna put it. But
Wait,
no,
can you just say his name for me?
huh? Oh,
Say
Christopher Aloysius Greer the third. The only man I know that can wear a hat with a suit and his shirt tucked in. I can't stand it. But the thing of it is, I think that we're, despite everything that has happened this year, the good, the bad, the ugly, I think we're in a position to do something special. I think the majority of the Miami Dolphins problem is whenever you're trying to become a champion, there's steps to success. And even with me, I have to catch myself. You can't just fast forward through the process. There's certain things you have to go through in order to finally get there. And that's why I think of all of what they call the GOATs, you know, they all had to go through something to get there. So these injuries, the decision making, the great news is not over yet. I think we will get that second seed, and then whatever happens next. Final thought in just general. I'm so glad to be on this platform. That Dolphins Twitter or Dolphins socials could be a very interesting place to be, depending on where you land. Literally landing your plane in the wrong area. But I just
that's so
think
true.
there's a blessing to have such knowledgeable individuals having a good time, agreeing to disagree respectfully, and having your opinion fully heard without all the yelling, cursing, screaming. And even though it's to a non president versus some other people right now on the panel, I'm
Hmm.
glad that everybody can converse on one thing, and that's the Miami Dolphins. And I love the Pickems. The Pickems makes your brain think as a sports fan, and especially now in this part of the season, we do want some people to lose and we want some people to win. So it's not like we're scoreboard watching like years prior, but to eliminate the Bills before we have to will be a blessing. But I'm just thankful at midnight that I have the opportunity to talk about my favorite team with some new good people. And just hearing she's from New Jersey, like I go up there all the time because I have family up that way. And
Now we have to
I
meet
may
up. We definitely
I
have to
may
meet
have
up.
to stop by and just say hello when I go and see my baby cousins and all that that's in that, because they in South Jersey. They in my church is actually in Irvington. So yeah, I'm so glad. Thank you, Miss Fans. I always been a fan of you. I know I said I was gonna subscribe, but when school, being a double major, and especially when I'm doing, sometimes I can't be up at 8 a.m. because I'm in class. So
I get no. Listen, that's why I tell people watch the replay. You don't gotta watch me laugh all the time. As long as you do subscribe and hit the like button, that's at least important. So that
So thank you, and I support anything Color tell you anything. I always get the acronym mixed up. Anything with Shake Money, L
the Finns
Cap.
tailgate, the Finns
Yeah,
tailgate,
I always
TFTG.
support them because they were one of the ones out of that I found a safe space in Dolphins land. But so yeah, and it's definitely good to hear other new people that just love our team, and just talk about it. So again, it's been a
New old
pleasure,
people.
and I land
Hmm.
my plane.
I appreciate your plane, ma'am. I'm gonna put you in the back, but don't leave just yet, okay? But thank you, Nene, for coming through. I appreciate you. Finsanity, ma'am. Talk to
Yeah.
me and give me your final thoughts on both the Dolphins, Ravens, and then Bills, Dolphins coming up. What are your final thoughts here?
Shout out to Nene. It's definitely a pleasure, like getting the chance to meet her, be on a platform with her, being able to just talk. Like she is truly phenomenal, and I really enjoyed it. To my guy Color. Oh my gosh, it was so much fun, so amazing. You're amazing. Never stop being color commentary because that's what I love. And as you see, I'm always here every Wednesday listening to you two. Go at it.
And likewise, you're one
I'm
of the
retired.
people in this community
I'm
whose
retired.
opinion I respect the most. Just so you know that, to even say like you. I feel kind of singed from earlier. You cooked me a little. You know what I mean? You browned
No,
me.
no, 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 no.
I would
Listen,
say you
that's
browned
that's
me.
that's 2020 revisionist history. I can stand on that hill because it played out the way it did. But I'm believe me, I understand both sides of it. I just firmly stood on the other side of the
No,
fence.
no, no.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Like because I respect you so much. Like there's things you said that needed to be said, and I do believe in. They just hurt to hear. You know what I mean? And I would much rather hear those things from somebody I respect like you than the average person out there that just comes at people insulting. Anyway, I didn't want to take your final thought. Go ahead. Sorry.
Um, Ravens, Dolphins. My take on it is that we move on from it. Like Michael Daniel says, you scrap it, you learn from it, you try to use it as motivation to go forward. But that's in the past. It is what it is. It was hard to watch. It was difficult to see. But at the end of the day, it lets us know where we kind of are and where we need to improve. As far as Dolphin Bills, two about to cook them. Forget it. I'm about to put the ultimate. I'm about to put the ultimate two and
I
nine
knew we'd get you.
two-a-thon.
Yeah, I knew it.
Hat
I
Told
knew
you.
on.
it. I was
Told
waiting
you.
for it.
You
Tua is
knew
about
you
to.
were gonna
Tua
come
is
on
about to.
board.
Tua is about to cook them. He's about to show why he's a Pro Bowler and Josh Allen isn't. This is for Tua side, who's in the the in the chat out here trying to put all those little comments. Now you're a cool person Tua side. I don't know you, but I know you're always
That's
in the
Michael K.
chat.
That's Michael K. Yeah.
Okay, okay,
Bills
okay.
fan, yeah.
Okay, well, shout out to you to aside for coming in and listening to us and telling us, that we're casuals and stuff like that. I mean, at the end of the day, it's gonna get played out. We kind of know what's the name, but Two about to cook, Two about to do his thing. I don't believe it, but I'm hoping for it. I'm praying for it. Um, and yeah, man, listen, everybody remember that you're important to someone, that someone does care about you, and that you know, positive things do eventually come. I hope the Dolphins go out and get a win. We obviously don't like playing in cold weather. It's another sad showing in the cold a little bit. So, with the opportunity to be home with your banged up team, go out there, leave it all out on the field, lock up that 2 seed, and assure yourself, like Nene said, 2 home games, and hopefully we can get that part done. Hopefully we can handle our own business at home. Hopefully, we're feeling better about Tua and Vic and Mike and just the team going in to the wild card round. And hey, Fins up. Let's get this win. Miss Fins, love the show. Thanks for allowing me to come on. Color, thank you for allowing me to come on your night
Oh,
and
thank you, man.
speak, because I do understand that this is one of the greatest places, and you have one of the greatest like co-hosts with you doing it, and that's why I love the team of Color and Miss Finn. So y'all keep it going, and I'll see
Wait a
y'all.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Pause. This is Miss Fans with color commentator. Did you just say this is color with Miss Fans? Well,
Listen.
we're having an HR meeting off site. We're definitely having an HR meeting. There, we're gonna have to maybe put in a write up or something because this is unacceptable.
Man,
Unacceptable.
listen. Man, listen. 2-9, expect us. Tua's about to have a 300-yard game, about 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and we're all going to be feeling good going into the what's the name? Everybody that was crying and bickering and all these narratives about what Tua is and isn't. All I'm gonna say is that pass to Claypool. That was a dart. That was
That was
on the
a
money.
dime.
That was
That was a
that was
dime.
on. I mean, listen, to have the courage to do it with a player that you have not thrown to in that situation with that pass in a live game situation,
That was a
to
perfect throw.
execute it the way that he did, and for that guy, like we all been saying, Claypool, Claypool, and he finally gets his chance and he literally drops it. So, shout out to Tua for being out here leading his team. He's obviously a captain, and I'm not going to go on a rant about Tua. I can do that tomorrow morning. But
Hmm.
yeah, expect us. And to everyone who ain't with Tua, then hey, why you even wearing the colors? Because he's your quarterback. Get it together. Fix it up. We got a playoff run to make, and we gonna need him to be great in order to get to our goal. So you know what? How about we show a little bit of support for once in our lives? Fins up. Let's go.
Fins up.
Right
Let's
on.
go. Love it.
That just made me
Yeah,
feel
stay
better.
there, Finsanity. Don't leave just yet,
That
because
just
Culler and
made
I,
me
we gotta.
feel better. Oh, real
It
quick,
made you
I
feel
just
better.
want to go ahead and if that comment that Michael K made about moldy bread. Uh, yeah. So this is how you completely destroy Michael K intellectually. First of all, moldy bread it relates to penicillin, and that actually helps the body. It's an antibiotic. What you were thinking of was a fungus called ergot that makes people hallucinate. That is not mold. That's a fungus. So there you go. Owned intellectually. Thank you
Oh,
for playing, Michael K.
love it, love it, love it. But ladies and gentlemen, this is another awesome, awesome, great episode between Miss Fins with my co-host, Mr. Caller Commentary, on League White Wednesday, like we do every single Wednesday night. I appreciate you guys so much for coming through. My God, I tell you, we never know what's gonna happen in this show. This is why we say this. Right, Color, at the beginning of the show, we like literally anything can happen in this show. It's
Yeah, that was like 4 hours
horrible.
ago. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah,
See, that
exactly.
longest one
So
ever. Is that the longest one yet?
I don't know, maybe or maybe not. So definitely top two or top three for the longest. But
Wait, we
what
lasted long enough for Shekel to get here. What's up, Shekel?
what's up, Shekel? Happy New Year's. Yes. You're gonna have to catch the replay, homie, because we're about to close this puppy out. But appreciate all of you guys again. Thank you so much. Shout out to all the members of the channel, everybody that supports. Shout out to Chef Jew who supports the channel, guys. Go ahead and check them out. Chef Jew and Chef Jew Catering. Chef Jew Catering on Facebook and Instagram, guys. But thank you again for everybody coming through. You guys are such a blessing. And remember that tomorrow morning we will be doing the fantasy show and standing show with Finsanity. But on Friday we got a special guest, Red, White, and Bills, where we will be doing and talking about the divisional championship on the line. That'll be Friday at 8 a.m. Come through, come check it out. Support so that we can go ahead and destroy these Bills. Once and for all, so go ahead and check that out. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Color, what's your final word, sir, before you close this puppy out?
Oh, I went ahead and finished that out from earlier, and there was still no way I could see the Texans or the Colts in the 7th seed. Now, ironically, if it's kind of either both or nothing with the Jags and the Pittsburgh Steelers. If either one of them only wins, like if it's one of them wins and one of them loses, then we'll have to play the Bills again in the first round. But if both of them lose, that brings Buffalo up to the 6th seed, and they would have to go into Arrowhead.
Yeah. So if the
So
Titans win,
even if like in other words, if the Jags or the Steelers lose, we kind of want both of them to, because that'll force Buffalo to go to Kansas City when we beat them.
agreed. So that'll be great, and then we'll be having Jacksonville coming here. So that'll be very interesting. But yeah, the best thing will be for us to take care of business at home. Let's go ahead and get this W. That way we can have the Steelers 7, Texans 6, or Colts at 6, Cleveland at 5, Jacksonville at 4, Kansas City at 3, Dolphins at 2, and obviously Baltimore at 1. But ladies and gentlemen, that's your League Wide Wednesday. This is
Don't
week
try to get
18.
too bored with the league-wide games this week. There's a lot of
All right.
snoozers on.
That's true. But thank you so much, Miss Fans. Bringing to you live. Again, that's Color Commentary, my co-host. But I appreciate all of you guys. Take care, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.